Welcome to another SPbN production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, calling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the world's forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across timber, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across timber, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Fucking never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is a World of Darkness role-playing community originating in St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Mishikent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. It's Friday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Hounds, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicles set in Tampa Bay, Florida, where a pack of young guru have traveled from Michigan to assist the Sept of the Evening Star in combating the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed in the description down below, and you can join our community by following that Discord link where you could take part in one of the many activities we have running all month long. We are now offering for players to run or play in 20th anniversary or Chronicles of Darkness games as well, so head on over and join our community today. Now let's introduce our players. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves, if you please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nikki, and I will be playing Delphine Gaia Speaker, the Silent Strider Theurge.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jay. I actually died last week, but my spirit won't move on until I see the downfall of Hasbro. So this week I'll be playing Forged from Failures, the Bonar Rune.
Hey everyone, my name is Ben, and I'll be playing Raymond Gorn, the Ghost Council Philodox.
Surprise, it's me, the Frenchiest Fry. My name is Nick. I'll be playing Izzy, aka Entwined Smiles with Claws, the All-Rune Child of Gaia, and guest star on tonight's episode.
All right, let's get everybody caught up as to where we are now. Last week, we saw Forged from Failures meet with the leader of the Sept, Aspen Weiss, and it showed just how much growth both parties have had since their first not awkward at all meeting or impression that was given. They had a really good conversation about leadership and what it means to lead, as well as how one could step into a leadership position having had very little experience or practice in the past, but the passion and desire to do so. After that, we saw Raymond speak with Eliza, where he got a step-by-step breakdown of what would be required for him to take care of his Hashagat problem. Then after the break, we saw Quinn introduced to Brother Tomas Varga and Katerina Volkova of the former Vermont Sept. Now, they may have heard of one another, but this was their first time actually meeting in person. And the effects of Quinn's reputation from up north could still be felt emanating even through the Vermont Sept, even all this time later. Quinn did get some useful-ish intel about the new arrivals, but really just tried to flirt with Katerina, who's not interested in that sort of thing. And then after that, we saw Delphine meet with Jace, the Theurge of the Sept, the soon-to-be Right Master eventually, to learn about the state of affairs as it came to Charles's soul and what would be required of Delphine and her pack in regards of retrieving the pieces of Charles's soul that are still missing, including those in the Shadowlands. Speaking of which, tonight we venture into the Shadowlands, but not quite yet, because we have some business to be taken care of first in the first half of tonight's story. So let's get to it. Our first scene of the evening takes us to the cigar factory, the future cairn of the Hellhounds. This is where an elder Arun of the Children of Gaia comes to seek out a little bit of guidance from a younger Silent Strider Theurge who is well-versed in death, or at least becoming more well-versed in death. And with there being a lingering lack of closure from some actions that had taken place a few weeks prior, Isidoro is looking for help in achieving that closure. So Izzy, I'm going to ask you, what are your thoughts going into this meeting with Delphine?
Of the Hellhounds, I think Izzy and Delphine have had the most professional interaction, but it has been 80% through messages or group interaction. And so he feels a little bit put on for circumstance as he sort of runs through like, okay, I'm going to go in, I'm going to be very direct. And then as the professionalism of his elder status sort of sifts through his brain, he thinks about the real underlying reason why he's going to chat. Because one, he needs to address his fuck up, and that fills him with a setting dread that he sort of steels himself for. And the other is, as far as he has been told, Delphine is a pupil for Charles, and he has not had the opportunity to chat with her about Charles at all. And so he feels a bit of awkwardness in that. So it's sort of a milieu of these two ends that is being pushed down by the I'm an elder, I need to be in control, as he begins making his way into the cigar factory.
And Delphine, having received a request from Isidoro to meet and discuss matters, how is Delphine feeling, especially in the wake of everything that's already been revealed by the elders and leadership over the past few weeks?
She is in a situation where she's just like, so I guess I'm the death person now. Because it's always been like just learning theater stuff, but with her specific set of skills, she hasn't really had the opportunity to explore those gifts, really. And she really hasn't had a formal Silent Strider education. The only one she ever knew was Rick. And, well, Rick was never around. So she's finding herself in this position where she's trying to learn a bit about herself and what she's capable of. And in this position where she's kind of just in shock that elders need her for like to do something very important. She it's different. It's feeling the responsibility.
So, Isidoro, as you arrive at the cigar factory, you were led in and walked past the first floor up to the second floor. You can see the makings of what will be one day a donation center is well on its way. As you can see, donations have already started to be collected. An entire area for dry good foods has been made, as well as another area that seems to be dedicated to second-hand clothing that's being donated. You're taken up the stairs to more of the living of this cigar factory turned cairn one day, and taken into a sitting area where you and Delphine are prepared to have this conversation, and the scene is yours.
She'll have a couple of water bottles set out nice and cool because they have not figured out the AC situation in this factory yet. So it's a little warm in here. And she has some like fans in the windows, but it is hot, so it's not really helping. So she makes sure that she points out the water right away, and we'll look at Izzy. Sorry, it's warm. We're still figuring that part out. This factory is clearly not up to code. It has a fucking basement.
As Izzy makes his way through, he goes from, okay, it's kind of uncomfortable outside, to, I now see why 4 walls is hell here in Florida. As he steps in, is greeted by Delphine, and goes, Delphine, guy, speaker, I'm just happy to see you. We can leave the heat to our bodies at this point.
She just stares at him and is caught off by the formal speaking, but also just the way he said that, and will arch a brow. You can just drop the formalities, you know?
Right. You're Karen. I will endeavor to be casual. Delphine, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Trying to just get a lot of this stuff done. Gotta do some stuff for Jace here soon, and well, the Sapt really, but just mentally prepping myself for that. But you're the one that needed something. How can I help you?
Indeed I do. First, can I help myself? And with that, he makes a grabby motion for one of the water bottles.
No, dude, help yourself. It's unbearable in here. We know. Just absolutely have as much as you want.
Pops the top. Half of it goes on his head, the other half goes down the gullet as he sort of wipes away a bit of the sweat, and coolant, he'll go, okay. I know I made a couple of messages about this, and I understand with your own busyness, you probably haven't had the chance to really delve in, but in one of the recent excursions I had out in the riot scenes, I had a embarrassing moment, a horrible moment. I frenzied, and I killed someone. And to be very blunt, Jason really saved my ass. He managed to not only help me hide the body, but eventually provide for me a path to redemption that was reinforced by Aspen, who, at this point, has directed me to make amends. Unfortunately, by my own experience, by my moon, by my tribe, outside of burying the body, I don't know what else to do. And, well, he'll just stare at Delphine out the window, then back again. I don't want to make an assumption, but you're a child of Owl, right?
Yes, I am a silent strider. Well, hang on. And she'll just stand up off the couch and look at him, and I will activate my penumbral senses to see if he's got anything attached.
Okay, go ahead and spend the willpower and make the roll.
Two rage or one?
I would say you're probably sitting at 2 rage, knowing what's coming up, knowing what's being asked of you.
Oh, damn. That will be 5 with a crit.
Okay, so easily enough, this is probably one of the smoother transitions you've had looking to the other side as the photo negative lays over the photo itself of the world as you know it. Looking beyond, as you study Isidoro, looking for any signs of potential hauntings or anything else that could be attached to him, you see that his shadow stretches a little bit longer than it probably should, but you're not seeing any telltale signs of haunting. You're not seeing another presence or another individual attached. Yes, Izzy.
Izzy, I think, would have the ring on him. Would that register at all?
No.
She'll approach him and then go behind him, and just you see her staring at the floor and following the length of the shadow. Is this in any way similar to what she noticed with Eliza and Juniper the first time they went to the Shadowlands? Because she noticed that they had like weird things going on with their shadows too.
I would say it's similar, but no. If you want to make a wits and insight or occult roll, either of those would work.
I'll go with occult. Does an Umbra specialty come into play or no?
I'll say yeah.
Three successes?
Okay, so as you're studying the shadow, this is clearly Izzy still. This is very much Isidoro's shadow. What you're able to guess or intuit based off of the shape of it, the length of it, Isidoro's carrying a lot of emotional baggage, either in the form of guilt or shame or sadness or fear. These things take on their own entity in the Umbra, so to speak. And so he's got a long trail behind him, effectively, that is being embodied by this lengthened shadow.
Well, you definitely cast a long shadow, Izzy. As she just continues studying the shape on the ground. And then she'll just look up at him. But the good news is you do not seem to have a wraith attached to you.
Now, I will say,
ghost.
The shadow does also seem to be a potential lure for Banes that would prey upon such emotions, that would try to, engage in it. And it's likely the protection of being at the cairn and everything like that has been protecting him from it. But that the more time he spends out and the longer this shadow gets, the more likely it is that they are going to pick up the trail of it.
Yeah, like ghosts. Wraiths are a thing too, as much as werewolves and vampires and the Fae.
I have been growing increasingly aware of these facts over the last couple of months.
Well, it's a good thing that you don't have any wraiths attached to you, because just from speaking from experience, that is that's something you don't want to have happen. It's a lot more complicated than something that we can immediately deal with as Guru. But she looks down at the shadow again. You're carrying a lot of weight, a lot of burdens, and just from what I'm seeing here, you are at risk of potentially attracting some Banes.
As Delphine sort of spins the prognosis, he gives a bit of a smile, ready to give a quip here, but at the mention of your Bane lore, he toughens up a bit and goes, "How do I fix it?"
I mean, you tell me, Izzy. You're the one that's clearly in your feels right now.
He'll look down at his own shadow, probably not seeing the same degree of length or intensity that Delphine is. Listen, it's been a rough patch. Rough life. If you can believe it, I've been doing a lot better, but what is normal? What is healthy for people like us, right?
You're right. We have hard and complicated lives, and we see more pain than most, but unfortunately, we also know the effects of carrying that emotional weight a lot more intimately than most humans would experience. I mean, we have ways to fix it, but usually those ways that we can do, that myself, that Jace, that Eliza can do, are when it's already become a bigger problem. Right now, you're at a point where you yourself can still prevent this from becoming a worse situation. You have everything in your... You have all the equipment you need to fix this problem. You just have to navigate that path. Things are rough, but we have Artie. Artie's a good therapist. But ultimately, you kind of just have to... And she just, like, gestures, like, puts her hand on her chest. You have to kind of just start analyzing what it is that's weighing on you. And you got to talk about it. You got to sort through it and work through it.
Izzy's smile grows a little bit melancholy as he realizes that there's a lot of work to do, but in his own prior experiences to this moment, he has been doing things like that. He's been talking with Terrence. He's definitely made a good friend of Artie. He's been speaking with other members of his pack. And as he nods, he'll take Delphine as a person who has not only the expertise, but the insight to see what has already been a problem and the way to address it, which has, for the most part, been working. As he goes, "Guy Speaker, you are right on the money. I've basically been trying to do just that. It's been hard, especially with the whole thing of Charles and..."
She frowns at that, and her gaze does darken and sadden a little bit. Yeah, we're all feeling that.
Has Aspen, Jester, Jason told you about what's been happening?
I spoke to Jace, and he told me that, well, I was able to see it too, but Charles's soul got fractured, and unfortunately, those pieces are all scattered to the wind. I was able to pinpoint where they were at with a vision, but some of them are already on the other side, and lucky me, I have the ability to go to that part of the Umbra, the Shadowlands, so Jace asked me if I could go over and retrieve those pieces.
Of the current packs here, you're the only Silent Strider, right?
Yep. I'm the only one.
It's a great honor. I mean, where would we be without you?
I mean, you'd probably be just fine, because let's be real, I'm nothing special, but also I haven't gotten the whole Silent Strider education. I've been taught by Silverfang most of my Geru existence. We had a Silent Strider at our last cairn in Hell, but Rick turned his back on Owl. And he's a black spiral dancer now.
There's a grim bonding moment as Izzy looks at Delphine with probably more understanding than is comfortable given the dark turn of former mentors and friends dancing the spiral, and he goes, yeah, they tend to linger in the brain, don't they?
She'll nod and then look at over him again. Was he attached to you at any point? Because he's been doing that.
My fists. I got to chat with him and find out that the shard of his soul that was affixed to me was his regret.
She taps her throat. Discipline.
Was this any relation to and he just sort of tugs at the edge of his shirt?
He had a collar and leash around me at one point to make a point.
Yeah, by Charles standards, even that's pretty extreme. I don't want to say, what did you do, but rather, what prompted Charles to enact this?
He told me not to speak to Eliza, and I did it anyway. Me and Forged came in shamed, so... Before I was Gaia speaker, I was Ruin speaker.
Oh. Well, you're in good company then.
I was kind of the girl who cried wolf of my own cairn. Literally. They got upset over all of that, and our Rite Master gave me that name, Sean.
More a shame name than a deed name.
I mean, I was on drugs, some pretty serious drugs, for an entire year as a Guru, and I was only seeing bad shit with my visions.
Ooh.
Yeah, apparently the poison you're putting into yourself could potentially make you see horrible shit.
Actually, on that point, Delphine, the more you think about Izzy's shadow, you can kind of see the parallel about drugs and the more you put in and heaping more bad stuff upon yourself. And one of the things that Izzy is potentially at risk for is adding to that already growing shadow and the problems that could come with that, like needing to deal with the things from before heaping more on, and the potential danger that could cause.
She'll think on that for a moment. Have you ever carried too much weight physically? Did you ever help someone move even before you were Geru? And carry something that was just super heavy?
You mean falter and some physical act?
Yeah, what happened to your body when you were...
He holds out his arms, and there are just these massive scars at the fore center.
Tell me about that.
Well, this is before I met Charles. I was a year into my Garu life. Must have been 17, no more than 18. And it was my first pack, which, from what I understand for you, the pack you were assigned to ended up being your current pack, but for the old nation, not always the case. Oftentimes, you go through your rites, and the pack you start with just happens to be the ones that you're sort of paired with, your starting class. And then you split off and go and make new friends. But for that pack, we were tasked with poking around a underground pharmaceutical structure. It was like a medical lab. And come to find out, it was a front for a Pentex subsidiary, some sort of Bane experiment factory. And as a result, there was a lot more security measures than we assumed breaking into a doctor's office or whatever, what? There's going to be a camera, a locked door. For Pentex, there were a lot deadlier things. And one of the final obstacles for us getting out was a blast door. And as part of the alarm system, it started closing, and I had one option as in our room to hold it open, and that was with my body. I lost these until they regrew, but everybody made it out. And he just sort of gives a meek thumbs up.
She'll nod as she listens to his story. She winces a little bit at the mention of Pentex. But ultimately, once he finishes, she'll look at his arms. Eventually, your body couldn't hold it anymore, and that's why the arms were severed, right?
I want to make the joke that no, they just do that, but you're right.
Your soul, your mind, they feel that strain as well with the weight you carry, with your emotions, with your feelings, with everything you're going through, with the tasks you take, with the ones you try to solve. Eventually, they'll give out from the immense weight you're putting on it.
Izzy just thinks back to the disintegration of the Piercing Moonrise pack and the 2 years or year and a half of him alone on his own downward trend, becoming brittle and angry and spiteful. He nods before slinking onto the sofa chair, taking another swig of water. Yeah, I can say I know what that's like firsthand. Have you ever had to deal with something like that?
I was addicted to meth. And now I go to Narcotics Anonymous every week.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I literally deal with a looming weight every day, because I'm not doing drugs. I'm a lot better than I was, but it's still there. You should have seen me before I got clean.
You and me both.
But in regards to, sometimes you're gonna fuck up, man. Sometimes, unfortunately, people are gonna get caught in the middle of us. Humans are gonna get caught in the middle of what we do. There's a war going on right now on the streets with the vampires, with the cult, and they have no idea. She gestures to the window. All those people out there, they're just going about their own lives, dealing with their problems, not even aware that werewolves are real and that vampires are real and that they're fighting it out politically and literally in the streets. We can do all we can to try to protect them from us. But and I will always try to do what I can to protect them from us. I'm doing it right now. But sometimes we won't be able to help what happens. People are going to get hurt. Garu will die. It's just something that's going to happen. And in this scenario, she still has her penumbral senses up. She's just looking around him. This could have been a lot worse, Izzy. Juniper literally had the screaming wraiths of my parents attached to her. And they were not making her life easy. But this person isn't lingering. If anything, I would say they're not here, they've moved on. The advice I give is the same. Contrition. You need to make peace with yourself that you had an accident. You can do what you can, what's in your ability to honor the person that you hurt as best as you can. But you also have to forgive yourself at some point. Help in ways like find out who she was if you are able to, or who they were. I assumed, I'm sorry, but
I don't know. At the time I shifted and tore them, I was in the depths of some manner of wolf brain, so memories were a bit scattered. By the time I came to, they were a mess.
they were at a rally, right?
Yeah, they were amongst however many people, dozen
Well,
or so. And
safe.
by the time we got the bodies out there, got the body out of there, I tried looking for ID, and there wasn't any. Not that I could find anyways.
Well, they were at a rally, so clearly political activism's meant something to them. You could, if you can't find out who they were, I assume you at least recovered the body by this point, right? Gave it a proper burial?
Thanks to a Ghislaine, I've managed to have the body buried in one of the local cemeteries. It's currently interred, but I don't know what else I could do. I buried it myself, if that's any indication of me wanting to put this to rest. I really don't want to dwell on it, but at the same time, I feel like if I push past it, it's just going to leave a chance for this to fester and happen again. And I don't want it to happen again.
No one ever wants that to happen again to them. They don't want to do. No, I don't think anyone in the sept would want to do something like that. But you letting this weigh on you is not going to help matters. You serve an important role as Wormfoe. And they're coming. We don't know when, but they are coming. And you can do little things here and there in the background. You can contribute to causes you think that they might have been attached to. If you ever do find out who they are, you could make donations to their family. Maybe if Aspen's a lawyer, maybe she can help arrange a scholarship for siblings or kids or whoever is involved in their family. You could donate to, I mean, fuck ICE, but you could that's been a thing that those rallies have been around. That's been attracting a lot of those people. You can donate to immigration charities. So that way people that are getting abducted by those monsters have access to legal fees. But you can do little things here and there to try to make up for what you did. But ultimately, at the end of the day, you do have to, at some point, make peace with it.
Izzy's smile becomes a bit flat as he stares off, processing the little things, the steps that Delphine has instructed of him as acts of contrition before he goes. Would it be possible for you to call their spirit?
I don't know. I've never tried anything like that. This is literally the third time I've dealt with this kind of stuff.
Because I can go looking. My only concern is it's been a while since I've had my ear to any particular political environment. But now that I'm rooted again and actually have a pulse on an area of comings and goings, it seems like everything's on fire. Who knows if the person missing here isn't a murder somewhere else, or... my fear is that I'm going to go looking and it's just going to be a veritable needle in a haystack situation, and I'm not going to find anything. And it's going to be not a waste of time, but it's going to just make me feel even more useless. You know what I mean?
Delphine, go ahead and roll me an intelligence and occult.
Four successes.
So there are a lot of ways to summon spirits. There's, of course, the direct way, which is calling out to them and bringing them to you, although that tends to work primarily with Gaian spirits, patron spirits, the like. There's also the ancestral spirits, but those are usually just the impressions or leftover kind of remnants of a spirit on your world. Based off of the great deeds they've done, especially in Guru society, but that usually requires something like a Guru to leave that kind of impression, because they are part spirit, a part of it remains behind and can be called upon. When it comes to things like wraiths and ghosts, unless they have any unfinished business, they can't really be summoned forward. They are already, quote unquote, in the Shadowlands or over the river or whatever the great beyond that is. So to try and call them forward would be a lot more difficult. If this spirit isn't here, the only other possibilities are that it is either attached to someone or something else, although it usually attaches itself to something having to do with their murder or unfinished business, or yeah, they're just gone. So you can try, but you probably need something of some kind of importance of theirs to even make the attempt. And even then, there's no guarantee it would work.
She just thinks on it for a moment and just sighs. Izzy, I don't think there is any calling this spirit, if we're being honest. I can try, but if they're not here, they've already moved on. Or they're somewhere else entirely, which means that any unfinished business they have, you have nothing to do with it. You don't have to carry this weight. You're choosing to.
I don't mean to put this upon you in the way that I'm maybe about to, but I know you said as part of your Garu upbringing in hell, you were very chastised by your elders there, correct?
I was shamed before I got here, and they basically didn't want me talking about almost anything I wanted to bring up around the newer pups, because they were afraid that I would corrupt them. So no.
I take it then you didn't get the loving embrace of the old nation's teachings in that regard?
I got what education I did from Charles and from the Sept. The old nation really wasn't a factor. I learned about the old nation from Charles because I feel that it's important if we're building something new to know what we're straying away from. But no, the old nation did not have anything to do with how I was brought up.
I don't know what you may or may not have seen at Hell, but not only for where I started out in Columbus at the Echoing Roots, or across the countless cairns that I wandered through as part of my journeys, but it's so common to see Garu look at the pain they cause and go, well, that's the end of it. Nothing I could have done. Rage did what it did, so let's move on. Without a care for the pain inflicted, the scars left. And I'm not saying this as a child of unicorn. I'm saying this as much as a person can. They were so callous sometimes. And I swore to myself, even at my darkest moments, that I never want to be anything like that. So I'm really trying to take your advice. to move on. But you're going to have to forgive me that I'm going to beat myself up over it. For the moment, though, I will attempt to find what I can. I may end up calling on Quinn. He, being a ragamatch, might be able to dig something up, but otherwise... Just thank you for confirming things with me, Delphine.
She frowns, and in her mind, she's just wishing Eliza was here a little bit because she's the wise Grandma Theurge and is probably better at this stuff than her. She feels like a little bit like she's floundering on this wisdom thing, but making a valiant attempt nonetheless. And she'll rub the back of her neck. With this wisdom thing comes with experience. I feel like I'm flunking a little bit.
I mean, if I'm your teacher, you're getting a passing grade so far.
I will say that it's not bad of you to feel these things. Like, empathy is important. And as much as this sucks to say, like, this is a learning experience. You're gonna do your best not to do it again.
Yeah.
You're not a bad person, Izzy.
On my good days, I believe that.
You just made a mistake. That doesn't make you a bad person. It makes you human.
Izzy will finish off his water bottle, sort of crunch the plastic container before putting the cap back on and gently placing it upon the table before picking up another one and splashing himself again to reapply the moisture effect. Well, I feel a lot better, thank you. As a bit of quid pro quo, I know we don't necessarily have the most in common, and given that you have a major mission to rescue a bit of Charles out in the lands of death, casual place to go, I'm sure. Did you want to hear about what he was like before here?
Yes.
What's something you wanted to know about him?
Was he always so stoic? Did he ever have, like, moments where he, was just a dumb youth?
Yeah. The one that comes to mind was early on in the Piercing Moonrise Pack's history. We were pursuing something in Atlanta, and as part of the mission there, we were a fairly new pack, but most of us had known each other by that point. We had gotten used to each other, we knew what pushed buttons. And as part of that trip, Charles decided, using the Silver Fang pockets, to hook us up with a fancy-smancy hotel near downtown, just a ritzy piece of shit. Not knowing that two of his pack maybe don't like being in the middle of the city for extended periods of time. And it took me going, hey, Charles, I know we've been together for several months, but we're going to have issues with our lupus spawn. And for the time I knew him until then, I had never seen him so embarrassed. To look at something so obvious and go, oh.
Did you just try to mimic his tone?
Yeah. He had moments of weakness. He did his damnedest to make sure no one could see it. Not even us in the pack, but rest assured, there were times where he did indeed fail in spectacularly mundane ways.
Never tell Forged.
Why?
That's a secret too juicy for him to know.
I will keep the secret to my grave then.
And she holds up a pinky.
He holds up a pinky as well.
He still has no idea what Artie looks like with dreadlocks.
I didn't know until Artie showed me.
Never show him.
I think Izzy at this point just descends into laughter and maybe a couple more stories at this point as the conversation treads through a more cordial note from the initial mission of repentance and burial rites and all that.
Yeah, I think she would just like let him stay for like she would just like no rush for him to leave, just stay and just have conversations, tell stories of Charles like from the time that he missed and then the time before she knew him.
Okay, so as you continue to enjoy each other's company a little longer, reflecting, feeling nostalgic, maybe sharing a little bit to give context to your various histories, what's going through your mind after this conversation? Izzy, we'll start with you and then Delphine.
Once again, coming in with a lot of heated expectation, tenseness, rigidity, and coming out with a friend. He is just so happy that he seems to be able to make those ingresses with other Garu, even across pack lines, and now he can check Delphine as good to hang out with along basically the entire Garu roster he's known so far.
All right, Delphine.
She feels like she got her first taste of what a future in Garu society is like, and the stuff that people like Eliza and Aspen and Red and all of them, even Stakes, have to go through on a day-to-day basis now that they are considered elders of the nation. She wonders if one day, hopefully Gaia willing, if they get to the age of Red or Eliza even, if there will ever be a time where she can be as wise as them. If she has the potential to one day teach and educate and one day hope maybe be a mentor to someone just like all of these Garu have been to her.
We now move on to our next scene. Packs are all about togetherness, common objectives, common goals, a bonding unlike that between friends, maybe even beyond family. But when you're in a pack such as the Hellhounds, when you're in a place such as Tampa, most pack activities are like two ships passing in the night. You get moments to check in with each other. Sometimes you're able to go on a mission together, but just like in friendships, just like with family, there might be long periods of time where you don't get to spend a great amount of time together. So it's always good to have an opportunity to check in, to reconnect, to further establish that bond. And right now is one of those times for Forged and Raymond. Two individuals who have been on two very different paths, but surprisingly have a lot in common in those paths. Because for both of them, they have been paths of secrets, of shame, and of redemption. So as we come upon these two with a case of beer, several bags of chips, and a phone seemingly tuned into some sort of sports or wrestling program, a bond continues to be solidified. Now, Forged, almost immediately you notice something about Raymond that is missing. Something that maybe you've become accustomed to over these past several months. The stink of shame. But in this particular instance, that stink is gone. Almost non-existent, as if completely lifted. Now he just smells like Ray. At least Ray as he used to smell once upon a time. Maybe there is still a slight tinge of swamp attached to him from all the massive amounts of time he spent in swamps over the past couple of months, but overall, he's been cleansed, I suppose, in a way. So I'm going to ask both of you as well, what are your thoughts or motivations behind this encounter? We'll start with Forged and then we'll go to Raymond.
Forge been still trying to keep to Ember's words and message about keeping the light of hope on for the people around him. And he feels like Ray probably needs some help. I mean, his number one best friend he did everything for has kind of spent a lot of time with Delphine. He's done his whole solo martyr journey with Hashigut and, you know, being we're shamed as well. He wants to try and truly give Ray here a moment to relax, to maybe unload some of the stuff he's been going through and talk about it with someone, because he's been dodging almost every other time he tries to get him to go to the club, and he only seems to be focused on work, so he's trying his hardest now to take advantage of the opportunity that he has.
And Raymond.
Ray is... he's trying to take the advice that Eliza gave him. And he's trying to actually connect with his pack again and talk with them. He wants to be truthful. He wants to be honest about what's going on. So hopefully in this opportunity of, you know, hanging out, relaxing, which he hasn't done in a long time, especially with Forged, it's been probably like 8 months since I've spent time with Forged one-on-one, and he's excited to just hang out and chill, but he also hopefully has the chance to do what was told, what Eliza told him to do, because he agrees that needs to happen.
Now, Raymond, before we get too far into this scene, I'd like you to make a composure and resolve check for me.
I'm at that constant 2, right?
Yep. Yes, you are.
I got 4 successes.
Okay. You're firmly in control of the situation. Even if you can feel Hashigut kind of worming his way around, crawling around inside of you, he doesn't seem to be pushing too hard against the bounds of your self-control. But with all that in mind, the scene is yours.
God damn it, this shit's already getting warm. It's too fucking hot out here, Ray. It's just Forge holding one of his cans of beer. It's already getting too warm with the summer heat. He's staring at the phone.
Ray lets out a little chuckle. kind of glances over at Forged, still trying to keep the phone in view as best he can. Yeah, I brought the cooler from the bed of my truck in, but yeah, with this heat, as soon as we take it out, that beer warms up quick. It's a pain, but I mean, beer's beer, right?
Piss water is still piss water, but even if it's warm, he takes a sip of it and he's like leaning back. Like, I imagine we're sitting in lawn chairs. At least that's what I like to imagine. We have lawn chairs set up in front of this phone, so he's like armed kind of over the back of the armchair, like really letting his chest out, taking deep breaths in and looking around on occasion.
Ray's going to be leaning back a little bit too, but he's going to be a little bit more awkward. Like I said before, it's been a while since I've hung out with Forged, and I've been very isolated the past few months. So again, hanging out with someone from the pack, it's a little weird again to do it after being by myself and really only hanging out with Eliza basically because of training. But after a bit, taking a couple more swigs of my beer and watching the wrestling match. So, how's everything going? We haven't really talked in a while, and the last couple pack meetings have been all business. So I guess want to see what's up.
And fair enough. Last time we truly were on, 101 somewhere, there's a giant fucking spider that was watching us the whole time. So, kind of ruined the vibe a little bit. But, it's been working with people, helping out the community. Everyone apparently has a moral lesson or metaphor that I need to listen to and, help me develop into a better person. So, been getting my fair share of all that. Even went so far as to talk to Aspen. Didn't go nearly as bad as I thought it would.
At that, Ray will kind of turn to Forged with his eyebrows raised a little bit. Oh, really? You willingly talk to Aspen one-on-one?
He looks over and he gives a shrug, I willingly went. It was also Delphine saying I probably should. So, a little column A, a little column B. But, I think we got the next one queued up in 6 months. We're not going for the full year this time. I think we're going to cut it in half. And the next one goes well, we'll try 3.
Ray will laugh at that. Hopefully it continues to go better and you can keep cutting it down. But I know how much you like to talk to, people in positions of power. So I'm sure that's not going to happen too often. But I do have to agree on your first point. I've been dealing with a lot of, people telling me what I'm doing wrong and, what I should fix and what I should do. So I understand that.
Fair enough with that. I'm sure you get all the spiritual lessons you need from Eliza in the swamps, which, the good thing is you're not dragging too much of the smell from the swamp back this time. It seems like you got a little bit of a better smell to you, or at least a really good cologne.
No, yeah. It just kind of happened. I was talking with Eliza last week, and she pointed something out, and funnily enough, Hoshkit made a comment, and my response to that, after everything I've been through and everything that's happened, kind of, I guess, completed what I needed to learn. and now that smell's gone.
Okay, so once you like completed your spiritual journey, stuff, it automatically got cleared for you. That's kind of bullshit. We had to get ours cleared like manually. What the fuck?
I mean, my shame was against just honor, but if I remember correctly, wasn't yours against all three aspects?
It was like 2. It wasn't. I don't something. I think my my glory was still pretty strong, but the others, apparently wasn't very wise or honorable to do that. So, I guess it might be slightly different. Still.
And you think it was also worthy of glory to break into Elder's house and break his stuff and try to steal from him?
I mean, you gotta have balls to do that. Isn't that what glory's really all about? Having balls to do the right thing and be a brave, dude going out there and killing the worm.
Yes and no. Sure, it's like you put it, having the balls to go out there and do what you got to do, but you also got to do it, smartly. You don't just go balls to the wall and just send it.
Well, that's what I got you and Delphine for, right? I mean, you got all the wisdom, and especially now with your journey into the swamp, you're now you got probably a whole new perspective, all the southern, metaphors and phrases and teachings of Eliza,
You do know I grew up in Texas. I have the southern phrases and metaphors pretty drilled into me already.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to forget. Look, like I said, it's been like 8 months since we actually hung out, man. I mean, you've been real busy.
You're not wrong. I have been kind of isolating myself recently.
And you want to talk about that at all? Especially the our good old worm friend in your stomach or wherever.
Ray will kind of lean back in his chair even more and slump down a little bit and kind of take a deep breath and kind of stare down at the beer in his hands before kind of composing himself a little bit and kind of sitting back up. I mean, initially, when I got the task to help Matthias, I was worried about a lot of things. I was worried about the deal that was made and whether or not I'd be breaking, the deal that was made between Hashket and Aspen and causing trouble for you guys, for myself, or for, the SEP. But I also, was more worried about, as you guys learned about what I was doing and what I was having to do, like, I don't know, you would look at me differently.
Forge will like hawk an eyebrow at that as he puts down his drink. He'll turn his chair slightly close, more facing towards Ray as he hears that. Think we'll see you differently after all this shit that we've been through together? I mean, it's kind of hard. The top, having a secret kid, having, I don't even know where to begin with Delphine and Juniper. That was a lot. And, Quinn being Quinn.
Yeah, but I mean, we had just come off, the whole saving Jordan and my big secret of, keeping him hidden for over a year, of Sean sacrificing himself to save you and save Jordan. Like, me going into all this again and doing it again. I was just worried. Like, would you just look at me with, I don't know. I know I'm saying you, but like the pack in general, like, would there be disgust there? Would there be pity? Because I'm just throwing myself into the situation again and again.
I mean, if I'm being honest, Forge like kind of lean forward now, elbows on the knees as you look at Ray. It's kind of stupid, especially to do it all alone without consulting any of us or ask any of us for any advice. Or I know apparently there's some shit that makes where we can't intervene or do something, but we have your back, right? Even if we do dumb ideas or things that we may not agree with, we ultimately going to help each other out and not, toss each other to the curb.
I wanted to believe that at the time. But I don't know. It was just that nagging thought in the back of my head. And so I kind of chose to not bring it up. There was reasons that I, told myself that, if I talked to you guys and you gave me advice, would that break the deal? And then would I not be able to save Matthias? I also knew that Hashka was listening, so if I talked to you guys, what would he learn? What would I spill by asking you guys for advice? What plans would be immediately ruined if I talked? But those were just excuses. Because you guys chose to kick me out of leadership. I wasn't, trusted enough to keep leading you guys. And I agree. Like, in that moment, I wasn't capable. But coming off of that, coming off of the death of Sean, coming off of threat after threat after threat, making everyone's focus go into other things. Like, I didn't want to burden anyone else.
I can't lie and say that I don't get it and I don't understand it. Bro, I get that. Not wanting to bother anyone else here, especially when you got all your bullshit going on. When I got shit done with my kid, you think I really wanted to bother anyone else after that? And after coming back with that much blood on my hands, everything going on, I get it, man. I'm sure you already understand at this point now, especially if you're talking with Eliza and your whole spirit journey, but we're here for you, man. It ain't birdering. Oh God, I can't even speak to it. I don't know if it's warm beer or not, but it ain't a burden to us to help you, man. It's the problem is, I think that's kind of like what that motherfucker wants to do, that wormy bitch in your heart or whatever. He wants you to be isolated. He wants you to think that you got no one at your side, because if you don't think you got help, then you ain't gonna ask for it. That's like how they kind of win. That's kind of shit they tried to pull when I went up there with Juniper. They wanted us to feel alone, like we had no one else with us, and that everyone else was willing to leave us.
Yeah, but these were thoughts I had before, like, I don't know if getting the mark from Hashkit before, if that, amplified the feelings. It's possible, but even before agreeing to help Hashkit and having him, connected to me, that fear was always there. So I don't think it's him trying to push that narrative.
Oh no, I didn't say it was all his fault. I mean, dude, you're still a person. I mean, every person's gonna have those thoughts, and every person's gonna have doubts. But it probably didn't fucking help when you got, him in your arm whispering stuff to you, or make you always worried that whatever you're gonna do is gonna ruin something. I mean, what I'm trying to say is though that I can sort of get why you did what you did, even if I may not fully agree with it, and we both can probably agree in hindsight it probably wasn't the best idea. But I just, I'm not as good at this shit as Eliza or Delphine, man. I'm just trying to let you know that you're all right. That it ain't something I'm holding against you, and that I just want to help you out, man.
Someone's rejecting. Wasn't he the one whispering bad ideas in individuals' ears before?
I will kind of close my eyes and shake my head a little bit and internally respond. He may have done that in the past, but it's different now. He's grown and he's changed. He still gives not the best ideas, but they're not coming from a malicious point. He hasn't done that in a very long time.
No, you're right. He's just leading his pack mates to their death for his personal crusade.
He didn't lead Juniper to her death. She wanted to go and she wanted to help him. She wanted to help him in any way that she could. And her death was her final choice in how she was going to help him.
Her death was to save him.
And she succeeded in saving him. I don't understand what you're trying to point out. He is a good person. And he has a good heart. And he is a better person than he was in the past.
He knows nothing about me. He speaks hypocrisy. I didn't want to be separated. That was done to me.
And that's fair. But I guess if you want him to know more about you, then what do you want me to tell him about you? What do you want me to share? What do you want me to tell him to get to know you better so he can understand?
this point, Hashigit quiets down as if to contemplate the question, but he doesn't have any immediate response.
Okay. At that, I will kind of open my eyes again and turn to Forged with kind of an apologetic look. Sorry. Hashigit likes to, chime in, and sometimes I have to talk to him and figure out what he wants and what's going on.
Forge was side-eyeing the match the whole time while he was in his little meditative state. So he comes back, he kind of pretends that he was still paying attention the whole time, like jerks over. Yeah. It must kind of suck, though. I mean, it's probably worse than having, intrusive thoughts. Like the world's worst intrusive thoughts have that thing, I guess, right word, thing, guy, whatever the hell it is, in your brain telling you a bunch of random shit.
I mean, some of the things he says is a little much at times, but he's also hurting. He is angry, and that anger is all he's really feeling right now. I know that you've felt a lot of anger before in the past, so I think you would understand. And so he needs someone to help him with that and help him come out of that hole of anger. And then from that, hopefully he can be a better spirit.
You'll see Forge will kind of purse his lips a little bit as he wants to say something immediately, but kind of stops it, and he sits back, kind of throwing the idea over in his head, how he can phrase it better before. Why did it have to be you, though?
I will fully kind of turn away from the phone and kind of scooch my chair to be facing Forged at this point. And then kind of lean forward a little bit. Because I was the only one who offered to help. At that point, no one had ever reached out. And so when I did, he took me up on the offer. Because even through all that anger and even through all the hate that he feels right now, there's still a part of him that wants to not feel that way.
You're talking about him like he's a person. Isn't he just like a spirit or a bane? I mean, I thought they weren't people. Like, you're talking to him like he's actual conscious, I'm a normal dude.
Well, from what I've learned, from my training with Eliza, and from what I've kind of gathered and understood, I don't know if this is 100% right, because I don't have, the teaching and like the understanding fully like Delphine does. But all spirits are a manifestation of something physical, but they also pull from human emotion. So every spirit has some aspect of humanity in them. They feed off of it. In my mind, wild spirits feed on the freedom and drive and, progress of humanity. Worm spirits feed on the negative emotions. So they're going to be a lot more negative, a lot more prone to those emotions. And the Weaver spirits are driven by logic and just cold hard fact. And that's not something that those spirits naturally probably had. They've pulled it from humanity. So in some aspect, aren't spirits somewhat human? They're somewhat people.
I mean, I don't know. He's a worm spirit, right? Which means he is the embodiment of negative emotions, which is a bad thing, right? I mean, I know Eliza talking about how, not all of them should just be like immediately destroyed or like, doing whatever with them. But I mean, I don't know, Ray. I'm not trying to mean this in a fucked up way, but you have a tendency to be drawn towards broken people. And I'm wondering, why is that, Ray? Why you keep trying to fix other people? Why are you so focused on that?
Ray will put his beard down next to his chair and clasp his hands together and kind of little bit forcibly kind of rub them together. I mean, you're not wrong. I do try to help and fix people, but before I became a guru, like the last 2 months before I turned, I had a lot of people I couldn't save, a lot of people I couldn't help. And a lot of those people that I couldn't save, I felt responsible for what happened to them. A lot of the people that were close to me, especially when I served, died around me. And I couldn't do anything to help them. And a lot of the situations that caused their deaths, that caused their suffering, were partially my fault. I know that might not be 100% true, but it just, I feel like I need to do something to repay those people that I've lost and try to help others, so I could show that those things that happened in the past weren't me.
Those never were you, right? I mean, those were never your fault, even if you might think a little bit, because you're gonna have to let go of that at some point. I know it sucks. I know it feels like you gotta hold on to that kind of shit, but from talking to some people and about some things that I had to go, going through, learned that it's apparently not very healthy to hold on to that kind of guilt onto you, because apparently it puts holes in your water bottle or something like that. It's weird. Anyways, it's not good for you, right? Because as fucked up as this may sound, no one's gonna save you, Ray. You're gonna be so focused on saving everyone else. Who's gonna save you when the time comes? Who's gonna help you when your finger is taken by, keep losing fingers to spirits, your arms taken by a worm spirit, your heart is, your brain now has something inside of it too. Who's going to help you when you make one too many attempts to save someone else and you're left needing help too? You got to look after yourself, man. I mean, it's not wrong to do that. It ain't fucked up. It's just the survival.
I mean, you're 100% right. But this is how I'm choosing to let go. I need to work through this in this way. I need to try and help some people. And if I can succeed in doing that, if I can, show myself that I can actually help, then that's how I can let go. That's how I can prove to myself that after all this is done, then, I can fix myself. But unfortunately, I feel like I have to do this before I can do that.
So what's the goalpost? Where does it end? After you save Jordan and Hashiget, well, you're probably going to find someone else who needs it too. You're probably, there's plenty of people that are in, that was in Jordan's situation. There's probably, I don't know how many Hashigets out there that aren't, needing to be sealed away or destroyed, but there's probably more of them out there. And you got people, a shit ton of people like us who are all fuck ups or trauma-filled people who've gone through a bunch of bullshit and need help too. Where are you gonna fix the world, Ray, before you have time for yourself, or where's it end?
I don't plan on saving the world. I don't plan on saving everyone. This ends when I finally feel that satisfaction of helping. Because I didn't feel that with Jordan. I did help him. I freed him. My best friend was back, but I screwed up and Sean died because of it. That wasn't satisfying. And I saved Matthias, but we learned too late about him, and now he's hurt and damaged, and technically Hosh gets tied to that, and he's not in a good position. So that's not satisfying. That's not actually helping someone. I feel like if I can help Hoshkit and I can help him move on, and I can complete the mission that was set out for me, then I can be satisfied. And then I can start working on myself.
Or's lips get kind of thinned as he sits back with a slow inhale through the nose before he'll actually rummage in his pocket, pull out a lighter, as he'll start clicking it on until eventually a small flame sputters out, as he'll say, I'll bring a little visual aid here. I learned this one from Ember here. I was talking with him before about some of my stuff, but about perspective. Ray, if you're gonna keep going like that, you're never gonna be satisfied. You ain't gonna be done, man. Because this kind of sucks how the world is. Something's always gonna go wrong. It's almost gonna be impossible for something to go totally right with no problems, or anything attached to it. And you like focusing on the negative. If it ain't perfect, then you don't feel satisfaction. But you gotta start trying to focus on the positive, man. Like this. Ember is Ember. Like, you would think they're a little flame. They're not very powerful. They just kind of suck. They can easily die. But if you change your perspective about it, Ember is like a whole fucking ton of potential. This Ember could light into a fire. This can grow. It is a sign of potential. And like I said, smallest embers can start the largest flames, man. So instead of, I don't know, maybe you just need to work on that. Because if you keep focusing on how you could have done something better and how something went wrong, it's always going to feel hard to be satisfied by whatever the fuck happens and to feel like you've done something actually right. And at that point, he'll let the flame die out on the lighter. He'll put it back in his pocket.
The thing is, Forge, the current situation I'm in, I feel that potential. You're right. Things aren't going to go perfect all the time. There's always going to be something in the world that's going to be messed up. But I believe that helping Hoshkit is that potential. Because if I can do this, if I can help him find the home he wants, relieve his anger, then sure, like, him possessing me is not a good thing. But it's not the worst thing either. Because if I can succeed in this, then what horrible thing has happened? What negative has happened to me or to those around me?
Raymond, do you believe everything you just said, like, to your core?
I do, yeah.
For the first time since he shifted to you, you actually hear Hoshkit kind of contentedly curl up and go to sleep inside of you.
You see a sigh from Forge as he knows Ray. He knows this stubborn motherfucker. And he'll give a small smile to this too, as they say, so you do know about perspective then, but just enough to make sure that you can keep trucking along with what you want to do, huh? Gotta be delusional just enough.
I mean, I do 100% understand what you're saying and where you're coming from. And I know in the past I've said these things or something similar, and it's been me deflecting or me justifying my actions. And in a sense, that is what I'm doing. But I truly believe this. I'm not just justifying my actions on this Forged. I'm actually believing that this potential exists.
I know. I ain't questioning you on that. It was just, something I mentioned to Aspen about how whenever you have your mind set to something, you really decide that you want to do something, there ain't nothing in the world that seems to be able to dissuade you from that. And can't even be all that mad about it. If you do really think that this would help you get some sense of satisfaction, some sense that, might help you feel like you can get better, more power to you, man. I mean, I'm always here to help out. I don't know how much help I can be. I'm not super good with the spirit stuff. I'm getting better, though. But if you need some spirits wrangled, or you need me just to be there for support or something, I got your back.
I will reach down, pick my beer back up, and then look towards Forge. I appreciate it, and I know that you do. I know that you have my back. And I do want your help with this. There are things that I do need help with. I don't think I can fully do this without you and everyone else's help in the pack. Because the next steps I have to do, the things I have to learn, I'm going to need everyone to help me with that. And I'm not going to do what I did last time and wait to get that help. I'm going to get it as soon as I can. And I'm going to actually ask for it.
Forge will also reach down. He'll grab himself a fresh beer now, considering working on the other one and has gotten way too fucking warm at this point. As he'll go for a cheers, as he'll say, "Looks like you really did change, Ray."
I'll reach my hand over with the beer and kind of clink it against his. Yeah, but like you said, I'm still stubborn, so I don't know if that will really change.
As the two of you return to watching the match on your phone, some people need to be fixed. Some people fix themselves through fixing others. And some people fix themselves fixing with others. It is a spectrum. There are a lot of possibilities. But one way or another, growth can come. Growth can reinforce, it can build, it can repair. Sometimes all you need to be told is that you're doing the right thing. And sometimes you just need others to agree so much so that they pitch in, that they help. Sometimes that's all you need. We now go to break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. As we return, it's several days later, and it's at the cigar factory. Raymond Forged, you've been called to meet with Delphine for a very, very important task yet to be fully disclosed. A task that is going to take you to a place you were never meant to go. But to do so safely, you both will need to be unburdened by a burden you don't realize you carry. Because you are carrying very precious cargo at this moment. Cargo that, if ignored, if taken to the Shadowlands, could potentially prove disastrous for what you are attempting to do. Because both of you are carrying scraps of Charles's spirit. Now, whatever the connection is, whatever the reason is, remains to be disclosed and will be a very important part of the removal of that scrap. But that will all be revealed shortly. For now, all of you have come together in the sitting room in the second floor of the cairn, and the scene is yours.
Delphine will just be sitting, having waited for them. She's got like this weird little, I'll say it's an Altoids tin. She's got an Altoids tin that is just on the off-brand coffee table that they probably got out of a Goodwill. And she's shaking her leg, waiting for Forged and Ray. And I will say that she will have activated her penumbral senses before them getting there, which I will do the roll. She's getting better at this. 4 successes.
Okay, and what is her thought process in preparation for this? There's obviously a little bit of anxiety, a little bit of nerves.
Yeah, she's definitely feeling anxious because the last time she went to the Shadowlands was not good. Forged was the only one out of the pack who can say he shared that experience with her. And unfortunately, this will be the first time Ray ever goes to the Shadowlands. And there's not really words that you can say to prep someone for this. She is nervous about going there. She's nervous about having dealt with wraiths already. She's nervous about what they may face, especially from Forge. He's the one who's experienced the most loss out of all of them. But she also knows that Ray was a soldier. He may have killed people across overseas, and those spirits may very well be there waiting. But she's also concerned about Hashigut. Will he come over with them, and will he be a problem while they're over there? And she's also just concerned about how, if there is shards of Charles attached to him, is it going to be as easy to get them to go into the rings as it was for her? These are all just thoughts and anxiety she's having, but she's just going to have to take it one step at a time, honestly, because she can't predict how any of this is gonna, or plan how any of this is gonna turn out.
Now, I will say that Jace did supply you with a portioned off vial of the ointment to be applied to the eyes to help show more than say what is happening in this instance. But with that being said, why don't the two of you make your entrance? Why don't we start with Raymond and then go to Forge? Because if anyone's going to be earlier on time, it is going to be Raymond.
That is a fact. Ray will arrive in the cairn wearing his tried and true getup, jeans, work boots, And this time, with it being a little bit colder, not by much, but he will be wearing his button up just with the sleeves rolled up. And when he arrives in the cairn, noticing Delphine, seeing that she is a little nervous, anxious, will give her a nod and walk over. Is everything okay? Kind of call this out of the blue. Wonder what's going on.
We have our next job from leadership, but it's going to be easier to explain it. And she'll trail off as she likely sees the spirit.
Yes, you see the little wisp coming out of the center of his forehead, almost as if a third eye is opened.
You'll see her gaze just fixate on your forehead and like a little bit of a sad look, but honestly, but some relief there too. And she'll gesture for the seat. It's going to be easier to just explain it all once Forged gets here.
Ray gives Delphine a questioning look, reaches up and rubs his forehead a bit to see if he's got like dirt or something up there, and then just take the seat that she offered and wait for Forged.
I wouldn't say he's like super late. He's not, just probably like 5-10 minutes after you come in. The door would swing open as you hear Forge's voice call out, "All right, brought some tacos from the place. I don't know what y'all like." I mean, I vaguely remember, but I just got a shit ton of everything. Delphine, hope you can help cover. I got some Mexican Cokes too. These are, pretty good. Yeah, like a small case. And he comes up, like, walks on over, large, probably a couple bags of tacos, of street tacos that he puts on the coffee table, kind of, probably not with the reverence near the items, the occult items that he doesn't quite recognize, and putting down the drinks as he'll walk on, kind of examine the vibe, seeing that it's a bit more serious than he was anticipating.
Delphine, this is a very bizarre sight because obviously it's Forged, sounds like Forged, moves like Forged, looks like Forged, but it's almost as if he has this veil across his face that makes his features hard to define, hard to see, more like an impression of his features rather than the clarity that they normally have every time you look upon him.
She'll be staring at Forge's face, but not really staring at his face. And as he's approaching, she catches the comment of her covering some of it and just asks him, "Did you already pay for it?"
Yeah, but I mean, if you want to, like,
Good,
toss
then you
me
got
5. Oh, okay. Worth a shot. I had to try.
She'll wait for him to sit down, and once he's seated, she'll take the Altoids tin that's got the stuff that Jace gave her, and will just be holding it, her thumbs just running across the face of it, and she'll look at both of them. So, as you all know, Charles passed away up in Vermont, and he was bound to the cairn here, but his spirit never showed up. And we did find out why. Evidently, when that Jijak woman whipped him, it also shattered his spirit, his soul. And now the shards are scattered, kind of like the wraiths were attached to Juniper, my parents. They've attached themselves to people and places that held a lot of significant meaning to Charles. There was one on me, and she trails off and she just opens the Altoids tin, where there's just this like chalky, almost greasy looking like eyeshadow almost. And she'll stand up and she'll go in front. She'll start walking towards them. I gotta put this stuff on your eyes because it's gonna be a lot easier for you guys to see what I'm talking about rather than having to explain it. And you guys are gonna have to do most of the work on this one. And she'll run her thumb across their eyes with the stuff.
So as this ointment tincture is applied to both of your eyelids, there's a kind of chalky, almost charcoaly sting that comes with it. It's harsh at first, but brief, very momentary. Though it may cause your eyes to water just a little bit, just from the sting of it. Now, Raymond, when you open your eyes, you don't really see anything's different or changed. Nothing obvious due to the wisp being in a location you can't quite see. Maybe out of the periphery, you'll see a little like haze, but it's really hard to get a solid look on. However, when you look over at Forged, you see this almost smoky gray veil over his face. And Forged, when you had the ointment applied, you find that there is just a ring around your eyes of this smoky gray haze, but you can definitely see the wisp going from the center of Raymond's forehead.
Whoa, what the fuck did you put on us? What is this?
That, don't get upset about it, but it's the remains of a ghost council elder.
That's, what the fuck? God, I hate some of this shit sometimes.
Okay. What is this stuff? What's this wisp stuff? What are we seeing?
That's Charles. Shards of Charles attached to people that were important to him. This ointment is helping you guys see him and also be able to communicate with him. See, the job we've got is to help get those pieces back, because we can't send Charles off into the next life until we get all those pieces back. He's currently in limbo, not whole.
Now, Delphine, since you have penumbral senses up, you can see both the Umbra and the wisps, whereas they can only see the wisps. It doesn't give them umbral vision. So as you watch, you actually see Supervisor quickly and excitedly crawl over and leap up onto Raymond's head and start trying to grasp at the wisp as if it's a broken piece of something to be reassembled. But after it realizes it can't get any hold of it, it just kind of slumps and scampers slowly its way down back to the floor like a shamed puppy moving away, realizing it's got a job it can't do because it doesn't have the necessary components to do it.
She'll just call after him that I'll fix it, Supervisor. Don't worry. It'll be repaired.
Okay. So these things are Charles. How do we do what you're proposing? Like, how do we get these shards off of us?
She'll reach into her pocket and pull out 3 rings, the one that she already utilized for her, the spirit shard that was attached to her, and the two empty ones, and she'll set them on the coffee table in front of her. This one, and she'll hold out the one that she used already. This one is the one I used. But these are basically spirit catchers. Made of iron, and they will be able to hold the shard until we can reunite them. But to get them into the spirit catchers, that's where you guys come in. You have to convince them.
C4's already trying a couple times to like move the wisp out of his face, like trying to grab at it, trying to wad it away. It's just like this fucking thing in his face that he can't quite mess with.
Ray will scratch his head and kind of look up and think for a moment, then look back at Delphine. How do we go about convincing shards of Charles? Like,
When Jace pointed the one I had out to me, it was around my throat, and he asked why it would be attached there. And I told him the story of the leash. And after I spoke that story, I heard Charles speaking to me. It wasn't Charles, it was his discipline. An aspect of his soul. I don't know what these aspects of his soul are, but there might be a significance to why they are where they are, if you can think of that. You guys would have these associations, and you would know it better than me.
Charles never gave me any kind of base thing. He broke my jaw, but he never like put a mask on me or whatever. I mean, that's we just trained, and he was, I don't know, man. I mean, what made me a better person? What more I can figure out with that?
Something that made an impression. Something that sticks out. Something that made you feel connected to him in some way. These are memories, these are stories. These are a part of him and us. These are our connections. It's almost like a wake in a way.
as Delphine was explaining and Forged was talking, Ray was thinking, and there's only one clear memory that comes to mind. And he will lean forward in his chair and kind of stare off a little bit into space. About, I would say, like 3 months when we first got here, Charles picked me up to do a patrol. We were supposed to go somewhere, check out the city, and just kind of, he's helping me get the bearings. But as we drove and as we talked, it became very clear that he knew something. And after a while, he basically, in a way, told me that he knew about Jordan and had me explain the situation to him. But it wasn't for free. He didn't force me to make the confession, didn't force me to tell the story. He offered to tell me his secret in return for the secret I was keeping. And when I told my story, and after I was done, he told me about his prophecy, about what Falcon had destined him to do, about him being the heir. And he told me that he said that I was the first person that he ever told. He never actually vocalized it. We shared secrets. And he trusted me with his, and I trusted him with mine. And he also trusted me to handle my own business. He did stipulate that if I couldn't, he would deal with it himself, but he let me deal with my mistakes and let me deal with my situation.
As you finish telling the story, all of you hear the voice emanate from the wisp upon Raymond's forehead. I am Charles's secret. Those previously revealed, and those that remain hidden. I have brought warnings. I have brought foresight. And I have brought shame.
Hearing Charles's voice and hearing all that, I'll just look at Delphine. Is that that's Charles? That's him?
A piece of him. One that he kept hidden, or otherwise it wouldn't be a secret.
So what now? What do we do?
Talk to it. You gotta convince it. And she'll push the ring towards him. You gotta convince it to go.
I'll pick up the ring and kind of hold in my hand and turn it around with my fingers. Why did you entrust me with your secret? Why tell someone who is harboring something like I was, and how much of a screw up we all were? Why entrust it with me?
You've said it. Trust. Trust makes a good leader. A secret can become a burden, even the good ones. It can weigh you down. It can alter your movements. It can be a divide that keeps you from getting close to others. In sharing a secret, you are sharing a piece of yourself. Whether it be a piece you are ashamed of, or a piece you keep private. I shared with you to encourage you to share with others. So share, Raymond. Share something you've been holding back this entire time.
Ray will think for a moment. He's already shared his secret about Jordan. He's already shared parts of his past. He can't think of if Charles is talking about a specific secret or just a secret that he has, or something he just hasn't told or said before.
Could be anything. Just something that you have kept hidden from your packmates, whether intentionally or not.
Ray will kind of get a embarrassed look on his face, and he will think of probably, hopefully, a good secret. He will kind of look between the two. I don't know if you've ever noticed or if I've said it out loud, but I've never gone into lupus form before, and I've never I always get a little anxious when most of you guys are in that form, and I don't know if this is a good secret to tell or if this is something, but I'm kind of embarrassed of it, especially because, you know, we're Geru, but kind of scared of dogs.
Like a phobia? Like just randomly scared of dogs?
I mean packs of dogs. I mean, you know, when Jordan got possessed and near the end of, you know, the firefight that got me put in the hospital, I was attacked by a bunch of Bane possessed dogs. And from that point, being mauled and bit and torn apart by them, I can't really do dogs. It's just every time I see a group of them, I remember the emaciated, hunger, the frenzy, the drive that these dogs had when they were tearing Jordan apart and coming at me, that I just freeze a little bit. And that's where all of my scars come from. If you've seen them whenever I go Krynos, that's where they're from.
That why you still mostly fight with a gun? You just can't bring yourself to emulate that?
I mean, I do if I have to. I've done it before, but in a sense, yeah. Every time I shift into Krynos or even Galabro, there's that little twinge in my stomach that makes you just feel a little scared.
That way you also don't really hang out with stakes, like, much at all. You don't seem... I don't know, I've never seen you two often together.
I'm okay with stakes. I mean, I've grown used to her and her lupus form, but initially, yeah, being near her and talking with her and stuff, it always threw me off when she would approach in lupus form.
Raymond, make me a resolve and persuasion.
Four successes with a crit.
Okay. Maybe it was a subconscious movement, but you find that you have the little ring in your hand. And you feel this tingling sensation in your forehead depart. And for the first time in full clarity, you see the wisp leave your forehead and kind of float its way down to the ring in your hand. And as you almost open your fingers subconsciously, you see the wisp dissipate into the ring and the ring grow cold in your grasp. And not just cold like having cold water poured on your hand, more like holding an ice cube in your palm. And it does warm up a little, but the ring remains cold still to the touch, but it's a cold that you can deal with. It's a cold that's not shocking or that would require you to recoil from it. You have succeeded.
I think Forge's like watching that happen, and he gives like a smile, like approving smile, and nod to him. But on the inside, it's just like this frustration as like they get to have these emotional cathartic moments about Charles, and I'm sitting here not feeling a fucking thing about this, and I still don't have this feeling of mourning, this feeling of any sort of closure here. So he'll like kind of bite the inside of his lip, or the cheek.
Delphine will smile both proudly and sadly at Ray before she does turn to Forged.
I guess my turn now. I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, he trained a lot together, He was the dude that I looked up to whenever I was kind of wondering what I need to do. He's the guy that got me bent back in shape, so what more you want me to say? I don't know. You see like he's clearly kind of uncomfortable as he trying to draw upon emotions and that he doesn't quite have available right now.
You've forgotten how to take me off.
I don't know what you're talking about. And deep down he does kind of know what he's talking about, as much as he's trying to lie to himself.
You removed the suit, but you never removed the mask.
Charles, you told me I had to be strong, and that I guess I know what he's talking about. Before I left, he had a conversation with him and Juniper and the others, and he said that I had to be strong, that I couldn't show weakness to the spiral, to them, because they will use it against me. Any weakness, any hesitation, any remorse or guilt that I carry, they will weaponize against me. And he gave me this suit, which I still wish that I had. And yeah, And he just kind of goes quiet as he takes a deep breath.
Believe it or not, Forged, I didn't wear a suit all the time. When I felt safe, when I felt home, when I was with those that I loved and trusted, I could remove it. And it took me a long time to learn how. I am Charles's composure.
His hand will actually ball up as he does start to feel an emotion. He feels this anger in the well up inside of him as he keeps himself composed and let himself lose control, but he'll say through gritted teeth, "You tell me this, but yet how can I feel safe? How can I know everything's going to be okay when you didn't even come back? You were supposed to come back. You were supposed to do your fucking mission and everything was supposed to be okay, but now our greatest fighter isn't here. The guy that was supposed to make sure everything's okay isn't here. And someone has to be that, Charles."
Sometimes you lose. My loss was to protect those that made me feel safe. Those that gave me home. My loss was a warning to all of you. Because your strength isn't in your body. It isn't just in your mind. It is in those you call family.
See, there's now beginning some tears welling up in the corner of his eyes as he'll say, "Charles, you weren't the one that's supposed to lose. That's what I do. I'm forged from failures. I'm the guy that loses to learn and gets better. You're the guy that wins. You're Charles Alberneck. You win. You... Nothing phases you. Nothing moves you. Everything is okay. You're always in control no matter what you do. And we need that, and I don't." He just, so he looks down as he's frustrated, as he's losing more of his composure here.
To be forged from failures is for those failures to be no longer. Failures are who you were. Success is now who you are. You can wear the mask when you need to. You can remain composed to keep your enemies at arm's length. But with friends, with family, you have to take the mask off, or else it becomes you. Don't be who I was. Be who I was becoming.
I'm tired, Charles. I thought it'd be easier, but it's fucking exhausting to try and be like you all the time. I couldn't fucking imagine how it felt to actually be you all the time.
Don't wait to rest until you're dead. Rest now, so the fight can continue on.
I think Forge will, standing to see the anger, body's poised and ready. He's, focusing hard to make sure he has this, himself in control here. But you see, he will actually relax as he will kind of sink down to his knees and then kind of sit on the ground. You see his shoulders, sulk. You see the weight of everything kind of hitting him as he finally looks how he mostly, how he's been feeling for a while, how he's been trying to hide from. He feels tired. He feels uncertain, as he'll just say, "Sorry, Charles, I shouldn't have blamed you."
A teacher is only as good as what his students become. I am proud of what you've become. And I look forward to seeing what you will become.
As those tears finally well over and start to spill off your cheeks, those who can see it see the wisps melt with the tears, rolling down his chin and dropping off his face into the ring, little by little. It grows colder with each teardrop as it hits the metal surface until the mask is fully gone and only the exhaustion, the sadness, the grief and despair, not just for Charles, for Juniper and Lila, and even for his son, who is so, so far away. This is him, truly vulnerable and exposed for the first time, possibly since he left Michigan. Because the last time he was this vulnerable was in front of his brother. The last time he was this vulnerable is when he failed to pull the trigger effectively. The vulnerability that led to the death of a packmate. The vulnerability that led to his own death. But here, at home, friends and family, all that vulnerability does is exist. The only repercussions he feels is those he refused to feel for the longest time. But here he can feel them, open and unafraid. Because this is home. And if you can't be safe at home, is it even a home? And maybe for the first time, this cigar factory turned cairn feels like home.
when she sees the shard fall off of Forge, she is gonna go over to sit next to him on the ground, and she'll put her arms around him.
I miss him so much, Delphine. I miss Cooper. I miss Juniper. I miss Lilia. I even miss my brother. Despite what he became. Fuck, it hurts. I just miss them so much.
It's okay to miss them, Forged. I miss my parents. I miss Sean. I miss Charles.
For almost this whole time, when I found out Charles died, I couldn't feel anything. I couldn't feel nothing about his death. Not even angry. Not even disappointed. It just felt numb. And I thought that I finally, something in me finally broke. That what my brother's message was, and what the spiral was trying to tell me was coming true. That I couldn't feel or care for the death of those I cared about anymore.
The spiral lies. You were protecting yourself. You had the mask on, just like he said. That's not you not caring. That's just you taking a little bit to process.
Delphine, when I actually look you in the eyes when he goes to say this, he wiped away some of his tears and prepare to say this. Before I left with my kid, before I finally made my way out, that's when I saw her. That's when I saw Erin waiting for me out of there. And she could have stopped me. She probably could have killed me very easily. But she asked if it was worth it. I just said it didn't matter. And she nodded, handed me the keys to a truck, and let me go. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't know. I've been trying not to think about it this whole time, but I think I don't want them to get me. I've seen what they do, what they've done to my brother, what they'll make me, and I can't let them take me or my kid.
I think she was just trying to do to you what Ethan was trying to do to us. She was just trying to manipulate you. She was trying to break you in the only way that she knew how in the moment.
Put the rot inside of him.
Is that Hashgut?
Delphine will whirl and glare at the serpent around Ray. You have your claws in one of my packmates. You will leave this one alone.
I don't need spoiled fruit.
Ray, you can see Delphine's nostrils flaring.
The whole time, Ray was letting Delphine and Forge talk, and watching this, he couldn't really step in to say anything, but when Hashkit speaks up and seeing what he's saying about Forge and Delphine's anger, I will this time not say this internally, but I will say it out in the open. He is not spoiled. He stumbled, like we all do, and he's finding his way.
You misunderstand me. A part of him was foil. And then it dies to allow for new growth. That is what the world is. A decay to allow new growth. Not what it has become.
Delphine is just staring a little dumbfounded at the spirit because he meant it as a positive thing. And this bitch has been nothing but confrontational since he got here. Since they met him. And she's just kind of floored. And like, Forge, you can feel her kind of just like sit back a little bit and just is staring at, perplexed at Ray in this moment, unable to process.
Quarry was and has never been.
I will kind of feel, I was feeling a little angry at Hashkit when he first started talking, but hearing him explain a little bit of, I don't know, relief as his explanation kind of forms. And then sorry, Hashka, I didn't know what you were implying. I appreciate you explaining it.
You see me with the same eyes as the others. But I am not like the others. I am pure.
You are probably right. But I am trying and still learning to change my viewpoint on you. And I'm doing better every day.
No. Which is why I'm willing to play nice.
Forge was kind of reserved to himself in this moment, thinking about something very. He doesn't quite does not want to think about at all. But he will voice his opinion now. Delphine, and he's basically gonna look to Ray when he says, "Ray, I want you to promise me something, and I need you to keep this, okay? If I'm going to fall to the worm, to the spiral, don't save me. Fucking kill me, okay? I don't want you to try and redeem me. I don't want to be left alive like that." He's still staring at Ray the whole time as he's saying this. Just kill me, okay? Can you promise me that? You didn't see what I saw, Ray. I saw Red's pelt. I saw pictures of their fucking bodies, of the mangled corpses that they left behind at the Hell Saloon. I know what they'll do. And I don't want to go there. And I don't want to become like them.
Dispose of the rot inside. You will never embrace the rot. You will.
Clarifying question. Forge can't hear anything that Hashka is saying, correct?
You can all hear what he's saying.
Oh. Yeah, so Forge was hearing that, but I think he still was kind of keeping to himself in that moment. And still, he's especially... I think right now he's still more concerned about Ray's and Delphine's answers, especially Ray's answers. He's still staring at him, waiting for what he's going to say.
As Forged explains what he wants and the promise that Ray has to make, the initial reaction, every bone in his body wants to say no. That he does and would be willing to help him in any way that he possibly can. But this is what Forge wants, and this is how I could help him in the way that he desires and he requests. So after 20 seconds, 30 seconds of him thinking, and you can see like a slight look of pain on his face as he's kind of coming to terms with everything, Ray will look at Forged. The pain, the look kind of gone, and a look of sad determination. I promise, Forge, that's what you want. That is how I will help you.
And he'll look over now to Delphine.
She did not like the question. She did not like the request. But she is trying to have a mask in this moment. And Looking down at her lap, she is hesitating for a moment before she looks at him and says, I promise I will do right by you.
Or if I can, I do want to insight that a little bit. That wasn't you saying yes. That was you saying I will do right by you, which is a different answer. That is not the same thing.
Sure. Let's give him manipulation and subterfuge versus wits and insight.
What's that? With I assume I'm a rage 2 probably.
Yeah.
Taking a guess, yeah. Oh, woo! I'll have to look at some verbs here. Let's see.
Or successes, no crit.
Hold on, I have to check something because I got a brutal. I assume my aspect adverbs that bluntly, courageously, relentlessly. My tribe verbs that infiltrate, pilfer, and witness. You can maybe make the argument of like a blunt witness of just being, hey, I need you to fucking kill me, and just being upfront with it. But I can also see not being the case.
I could see relentlessly.
Yeah, relentlessly pushing you to answer this.
Yeah, I think relentlessly infiltrate or relentlessly observe or whatever could apply to this. So yeah, you're gonna win by 1 success.
Yeah, brutal success, or crit success on that.
So what is Delphine holding back?
She can't kill him. And she won't. She can't not try to help him come back from that. It's just not in her nature.
There is genuine pain in Forge's face as he stares at you. Perhaps not fully a bold-faced lie, but still obscuring what you're feeling in this moment. But he's not going to say anything about it right now. Just, okay. I thank you. I just don't want to become like my brother.
Don't worry about what could be. Worry about what is. Tick-tock, Gaia speaker. The boatman waits for no one.
She side glances at Hashigut, but knows that he is right. And she'll stand up and urge Forge to his feet as well. And she'll take the rings from Forged and Ray and set them alongside hers on the coffee table, and quickly just jots down a note for Terrence and Quinn to take these back to the cairn if they don't return. And she'll look to the two of them. We have one more place we need to go. 3 shards that we need to retrieve that only we can go get. Forged, you already know this, but I'm able to go into the Shadowlands with my Rite of Shadow passage. And unfortunately, 3 shards of Charles's soul have already been claimed by the ferryman. We need to get them back.
Do we know how we're going to do that? Like, Forge is wiping his face off, clearing up any remnant tears or wetness on his face. He get back into seriousness.
I don't know. It's something that we'll have to figure out once we get there. This is new to me, too.
I'm confused. So, Shadowlands,
The
Boatman.
land. We're going into the land of the dead. It's like the Umbra, but for ghosts, for the people who have died and are crossing over.
Should we get earplugs this time? Last time seems like people were hearing things that were bothering them, so maybe it'd be good to plug your ears up, make sure we don't hear anything before we get there to this boatman.
Last time, I didn't know what I was doing, but Jace said that if I have a clear direction in mind, we should be okay, though we shouldn't linger. And I do have a location in mind. Place to cross to.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good, but I'm still stuck on this boatman. What ferryman or whatever he was called? How are we going to get these shards from him if he's already claimed them?
Don't know. But we're gonna have to try. The only idea that's come to my mind so far is a long shot, but it might work. Is that he was promised to the cairn. A turtle already has ownership over his soul. We'll see if that works. If not,
And
we'll
if
have
it doesn't,
improv.
oh boy.
We're good at that.
So before you depart the cairn, I'm going to ask, what preparations are you making for this journey?
3 gold coins.
Okay. Anything else?
I would tell everyone, despite the fact that I don't think it'll help, but maybe just comfort-wise, if you have any warm, dedicated clothing, to bring it with you.
Is it possible that in any random lore or anything, like, I know anything about a ferryman of sorts and what kind of, because it seems like something out of like mythology, and like, is there anything that like I might just randomly know
Yeah,
that
roll
might
me,
help?
roll me intelligence and occult.
Also, I would like to howl at the moon before we cross over.
That's fair.
I'd
Almost
be
got
willing to do
willpower.
that. I'd be willing to do that too. I'll put myself to 3 rage. Fuck it.
Okay. And would you get there, Raymond?
3 successes.
There have been a lot of mythologies about ferrymen. They're usually in regards to the ones who take the spirits from one side to the other of a river. The river Styx is the primary example of such a river. There is usually a toll to cross, but it's usually paid by the living for the dead in terms of coins placed over the eyes. But there are also other offerings that have been made, especially in the case of like the god Anubis of Egyptian mythology. There are just a lot of mixing mythologies. It's just a supposedly one-way journey that takes one from one side to the other. But there are some conflicting beliefs because of things like wraiths and the like that seem to linger behind. So it's hard to say for certain if there's anything particularly valuable to be parsed from all that.
Gotcha. So it's a lot of the basis of the mythos, but I can't think of anything
Right.
100% certain. Gotcha.
Right. Because a lot of those mythos don't involve vampires and werewolves and other things as well, so it's kind of up in the air at the moment.
Understood.
Okay. So once you've gathered what you need, whether it be dedicated clothing, coins, anything of the sort, where are you going to make the crossing?
I would bring everyone to the Hillsborough River. I think that crossing by a river might be the best point of entry and get us at least closer to where we need to go.
Okay. So as you arrive at the bank of the Hillsborough River in the dark of the evening, the moon hanging high above in the sky, does anyone else wish to howl, Raymond, before making the crossing?
Sure, yeah, I'll howl at the moon.
Keep in mind the Shadowlands are considered a deep part of the Umbra, so to stay in the Umbra, you have to maintain your wolf, otherwise the Umbra will devour you if you lose your wolf. Those without the wolf cannot survive the Umbra. So, that all being said, as you gather together, Delphine, walk us through your rite of shadow passage to head into not just the Umbra, but a deep, dark, scary part of the Umbra.
She is remembering that time that they crossed over for the first time. She thinks back to how Eliza had given her the advice to do things her way and to do things differently. And it gave her the confidence to try something new that she wasn't taught and make her write her own for the first time. And then things happened, you know? But she'll think back to how she did it that time, the way she was taught the song from Sean and walking herself through how she changed it again. This time having a clear indication in her mind of what she pictures as the river that they're going to. She pictures the river Styx, honestly, from Greek mythology, and she pictures a shrouded figure with a stick just pushing a boat through the waters. And she does see that eventually that she remembers her vision, and that stick turns into a scythe, and she pictures souls along the water and in the water and in the boat. And as she says the words, she is keeping that focus in mind before they step sideways. And in fact, they're not going to step sideways. They're going to step upside down.
Okay. So go ahead and make the roll for the rite of shadow passage. Don't forget to include a rage die for the additional 2 who are going with you.
Three successes?
If you were standing on the bank of the edge of the river, hearing the sound of the water coursing across rocks, moving its way downstream to join with the Gulf and eventually the ocean, the heat of Florida is oppressive upon your skin. It can wrap you in a blanket of humidity, and it can almost feel heavy at times as it weighs down upon your shoulders. But just like when a blanket or a coat or a hoodie kind of slides off your arms, you feel the heat slide off as it is replaced by cold and dark. And the world inverts. As you pass over to the other side, what you find is of no comfort, of no calm. If anything, it feels empty. Entirely empty, devoid of life, devoid of love, devoid of hope. The Shadowlands aren't a place you go to find closure. They aren't a place you go to find life. They're a place you go to shed yourself of life, to let those last remnants that connect you to the land of the living be severed. The only closure you find here is the closure of an ending. For most, not a good ending. For many have been dragged across the waters of this river. Some kicking and screaming in the process. While those who cross peacefully, who have accepted their end, they would wait at a port for the boatman to come to ferry them across. But for those who refuse, the boatman will come for them, and they will be reaped. Where you find yourself isn't near a port, but it is alongside a river. A bank that is lined with a forest of dead trees, bearing no leaves, no life, just dry and brittle and almost covered with a layer of frost. For the first of a few rolls, I need you all to make a stamina and resolve check as that cold hits you and starts to work its way in to your body.
I also
Question.
Oh.
Does me having Hashkit hurt or help me in this situation?
I'm going to say you're going to get a bonus die to these resistance rolls because of Hashigat being a part of you.
Okay.
I have to point out that since my Luna's Blessing would give me a rage for having done that right successfully.
Great.
Was it a stamina and what again?
Stamina and resolve.
Got 3 successes.
I spent a willpower and I got 4.
I also got 4.
Okay. It is brisk. It is biting. But it is not paralyzing. At least not at the moment. But the longer you spend here, the more difficult it's going to get to resist, because the cold is like sharpened, nailed fingers ripping at you, trying to bury its way in. And once it gets in to your core, it is very difficult to get out, if at all. You can see the breath coming out of your lungs in plumes in front of your face that almost crystallize in the air, becoming droplets. As you look across the water to the other side, there is a similar forest, but in that forest, the shadows move. And the first shadow you see is of a young woman with braided hair, braids going down either side. Her hair would normally be a brownish amber color, as Juniper stands on the other bank of the river. She looks at all of you, her brow furrowing as she stares.
You don't belong here. Unless you're already dead, which doesn't surprise me.
We're just visiting, Juniper.
Why? So you can point and mock?
Delphine is struggling in this moment. And the struggle is visible to Ray and Forged. Because she thought she had moved past all of this. But then the revelations from Ethan started that... It started brewing something in her. That, especially now, with her rage, honestly, boiling at the surface, it's difficult to put into words and speak clearly to her.
Seeing Delphine struggling a bit, I will raise my voice a bit. We're not here to mock you or make fun of you. Honestly, I'm surprised you're here.
Why? Do you expect me to be in hell? Or somewhere similar to that? You're not here for me at all, are you? That was probably pretty easy to forget.
Juniper, ever since what happened, I haven't been able to forget you. I've thought about you, what you've done for me night after night. And I just want to tell you, thank you, Juniper. Thank you for what you've done. Even if others may hate you for what you did, what the sacrifice you had to make. Thank you for giving me and my child a chance.
You could thank me. Because do you know what they're doing to me here?
And at that point, she raises her wrists, and you can see that there are these thorned shackles clenched around her wrists that seem to be chaining her to the ground.
Do you see? This is what's waiting for you.
And as her voice raises, you can see her skin start to crack and peel as it burns. Her hair burning away until there's only some strands hanging off of a burn-scarred head.
This is how Gaia thanks us.
Seeing all this and seeing her burning and her reaction and everything, there's a slight thought that this might not be Juniper. Is there a way for me to figure that out?
You could try and roll a wits and insight.
It's a shot, but does my motives specialty come into play here?
I'll say yeah, why not?
See, also at this point, like, Forge is gonna put a hand on like Delphine's shoulder, like a supportive way, letting her know that, like, hey, I'm here for you, kind of knowing the history between them two. And doesn't look at you though. He's still kind of staring across the water, like very stony faced right now. It's kind of, I imagine, maybe a little bit harder to read what he's feeling right now.
So I got a brutal. My auspice adverbs are deliberately, firmly, logically, and my tribe verbs are solve, subvert, and unearth. I would like to argue logically solve or logically unearth.
Okay, I'll allow it. How many successes would that give you?
9 with a crit.
It is Juniper, but also it isn't, which is a very weird state to be in. This seems to be maybe a part of her, maybe I wouldn't say illusion, but like an imprint of her. Like almost a layer that was shed, but still remains.
Like it's the part of her that had the regrets, that had the actions of what she did. This is what shed when she joined her family.
Kind of, yeah, or is still binding her to a certain degree, yeah. She did a lot of very bad things in her life, so there is still some anchors, I guess, that are binding her. Things she's repenting for in the afterlife because she never had to be brought to terms with it in her real life.
Okay, noticing that and figuring that out, I will kind of glance a little bit to Forged and Delphine. I don't think this is fully Juniper. I think this is a part of her regrets, what she thinks is penance for her actions, for what she did. Like, this is her.
This is her rage.
Yeah.
You see the anger that is covering up her face through the blistered and burned skin start to soften as she does look to Forged, and she falls to her knees, the chains dragging her down as if they're resisting her attempts to stay standing. And she looks to Forge pleadingly and says,
You can help me. Please, come help me. Please, take these off of me. I'm not strong enough. I'm not able to. Please. Please.
He's staring, still kind of trying to keep his expression neutral as that's gonna be rough. He's gonna say it though. He'll say, I'm sorry, Juniper, but I can't help you.
I helped you. I helped your son. I did it all for you. All I'm asking is this one thing so I can move on. So I can be free. So I can go home. Please.
What can that be, Juniper? How can I help you?
Just come over. Remove these cuffs, please. I just want to go on.
You can't cross those waters.
He doesn't look to Delphine when she says that, still staring at Juniper the whole time. I want to help you, but I can't. I'll never forget you and your kindness and the passion that you've always had. But I can't absolve you for everything that you've done. And I'm sorry. And he'll look to Delphine. Where do we need to go?
Delphine, roll me a wisdom and survival. Or I'll say intelligence and occult could also work.
Thank God.
Is there any way I can assist with that, or is this way out of my depth?
You could probably actually, make the intelligence and occult roll again yourself as well. Not together, but separately.
Okay.
Umbra specialty or no?
Sure, but it is going to raise the difficulty by 1.
Nah. I'd rather not risk it then. Just means I'll have to buy us another specialty at some point. I'm gonna spend a willpower.
2 successes.
4 successes.
Raymond, you have no clue. But Delphine, you have to find a port. The crossing points. This isn't one of them, or at least not intended to be, and you were 100% right that nobody should try to cross if they can avoid it, because these rivers will kill you. Maybe not right away, but by the time you reach the other side.
She'll look up and down the bank and will just choose one of the directions. We have to walk until we find a port. Where there's a port, there will be a boat, and the boat will have the ferryman on it.
Okay. So as you start to move away, Juniper screams out,
I died for you.
Forged, I need you to make a composure and resolve check for me.
You got it. That's what I'm here for. These kind of roles that I'm so very good at. Oh shit! 3 successes. We'll take it.
Cool. So you can take 1 superficial willpower damage.
Yeah, it still gets to him, and like he's probably still has like the hand on Delphine's shoulder to like, hey, like still here, but like it tightens ever so slightly as he hears that. He does not allow his expression to change. As he's just, for now, he needs to focus on what needs to get done here. He can't let himself feel the guilt now.
Don't look back, guys. Forward. Just forward.
As you proceed down the river, along the opposite bank, several shadows move from the trees as a long and melancholic version of taps plays on the air. And several soldiers dressed in combat gear, the members of Raymond's platoon that were lost that day in that ambush, stand on the other side of the bank, still carrying their guns, still wearing their gear, but still very much dead, and still bearing the various wounds that killed them, whether it be bullet holes or the fire of explosions going off. They look to Raymond.
We followed you. We would have followed you anywhere. Then you ran. After one, us. Leaving the others behind. No wonder you're no longer a leader. Too late for us, though, isn't it?
As soon as Ray hears the taps playing, he stops and he slowly turns and sees his old squad mates. And even though there was a slight suspicion that this would happen, there's still a look of shock on his face when they appear. And he kind of tries to form words at what they said, and then finally, weakly, kind of lets out, "He was the only one I could save. All of you were gone. I saw all of you die in front of me. There was nothing I could do."
You could have at least seen us lowered into the ground. Paid us our respects on our way off. But you couldn't do that, could you? He was the only one that mattered, brother.
I was in the hospital. I couldn't face you guys. I led everyone into an ambush and you all died. How could I show my face in front of anyone with that? With what I'd done?
No man left behind. But it takes a man for that to be true. That's not what you are anymore, is it? You're a monster.
At that, my eyes go wide, and even in the cold and everything that's happening, my face goes white. And I just look down to the ground, my legs feeling weak. And I can't respond.
Pete goes down to the ground. Delphine is going to move back and pick him up.
Delphine, give me a strength and athletics roll.
Fuck!
Yeah, I was gonna say I was gonna go attempt to pull him up and to like essentially pull him like face to face with me if I could try that as well.
Sure, give me a strength. Why don't you roll and Delphine can assist?
Yeah.
But while you're doing that, the soldiers will say to Raymond, "Can you hear them, Raymond? Can you hear the screams of those who were unfortunate enough to be in the hospital that day? Can you hear the screams of those on the base that you killed? Because we can.
I have like that 1,000-yard stare, like no focus in the eyes glossy, as when they say that I'm reliving what I remember and hearing everything that transpired.
Yeah, I think that's when Forge like sees that you're wavering very much here, as he'll literally grab you, pull you fully up, and just wind a fist back and smack you across the face. He'll just yell, "Raymond, this is not the time for this. You can feel guilty later. Right now we have somewhere to go."
Okay. So, Forged, I need either a manipulation and intimidation or leadership.
I'll take intimidation. I'll take intimidation.
Okay.
I was about to roll Hunter. That's the wrong system. Anyways. Rage 3. We gotta love having some rage. I'll use a willpower even. Makes her slightly better. And didn't change anything. 3 successes.
Okay. So Raymond, you can take an additional die on your composure and resolve check.
Four successes.
Okay. Once Forged and Delphine lift you to your feet, once Forged kind of snaps you back into focus, you kind of return to yourself, return to the moment, return to where you are, and the recognition of all of this kind of comes seeping back in again. So you will take no superficial willpower damage as you are dragged to move further down the river. But you can't help but look back as they all salute you, moving away.
As I'm being dragged away, I will say one last thing. I'm sorry I failed you, and I will live with that failure the rest of my life.
Perhaps after as well.
I will look down at the ground and kind of pull myself out of Delphine and Forged's grip and kind of start walking on my own 2 feet, but a lot more sluggish than what I was before.
think as he like tries to pull out of my grip, I'll like actually pull him in a bit closer to like make him look up a bit, like look at me. Ray, you don't get the luxury to feel bad right now. We're doing something, okay? You don't get to feel guilty. Charles is counting on us. We have to do this first. Understand?
I understand what we're here to do. But I can still feel guilty about the people I killed and the people I lost. I'm allowed that, aren't I?
You're allowed it once we're done. Once we've done what we need to do.
He's right.
Okay. Get your hands fucking off me.
That's when he like hold on for like a moment longer for letting go and nodding for go ahead.
So as you continue walking, using the edge of the bank as your only guide amidst the dark that surrounds you, you see and hear the sounds of skipping stones hitting the water's edge. As you look to the other bank, you see a figure sitting on the bank of the river. Luckily, he still has use of his one arm, as Sean sits on the opposite bank picking up a rock and occasionally tossing it into the river. It's skipping across the surface.
Delphine will falter a little bit seeing him. And it's rough. She didn't expect him here. Out of everyone they've lost, she was certain that he would be past this. He was so confident as he was dying that that he was going to move on. So seeing him here is jarring. It's not right.
Hello, Delphine. Raymond. Forged.
Shouldn't be here.
We're all here.
No, you should be with your pack. You should be with Red. You should be with Red.
You can see he looks down the stream.
He's here too.
Is he chained at all?
Red.
No, I'm asking, is Sean chained?
No.
A little bit of tenseness leaves her shoulders at that, because down river they saw Juniper chained there. So seeing him now, she just... You have free mobility. You can just go. You can move on. You can keep going. You can take Red with you. You can go.
The gates are closed.
What do you mean? Why? How?
Because because hell is on earth.
She'll look to the water, she'll look to the bank, and just ask him, are all the Geru that have died here, are they trapped?
Not all of them. Some were lucky enough to make it through before death decided to cross the veil.
Death's not here.
No.
She'll look to Ray and Forged. Death shouldn't be over there. It's supposed to be here.
And you don't know yet.
Then tell us. If you know something that we should know, tell us.
Apocalypse has come.
The nation, the Geru, have been saying that for years. They said it's happened already.
They thought it had.
At this point, Forge is gonna look to Delphine and say, Delphine, every person we saw in here, every spirit, been trying to fuck with us this whole time, trying to make us feel shitty or mislead us. I know this is Sean, but he's another one of them. They're trying, I don't know what they're trying to do, but they're messing with us. We can't let them get to us. We have something we need to do.
Delphine, will you sit with me a while?
You know I can't.
I have so much left to teach you. When will I get another chance?
That time's passed.
But you're going to need what I know.
The dead linger, but the living must keep moving forward.
Then alone I stay.
Go ahead and roll me a composure and resolve there, Delphine.
Bestial failure, bestial failure.
Shut up! 4 successes?
You're fine. You're able to move on without any willpower damage. You can continue to hear the sound of the rocks hitting the water as you continue moving upstream. It's quiet for a while. The opposite bank appears empty. And then there's the sound of a baby crying.
Bradley, get the baby, please. Would you?
God.
I think this is he's moving along the bank, he hears the crying, and he's disturbed, but tries to ignore it. Then he hears that voice, And then you see he literally just breathes mid-step. He stops completely as he essentially just freezes up.
As you look to the other shore, you don't see anyone on the opposite bank. But as you look to the surface of the water, beneath the water's surface, is Lalia, submerged. And while her voice may come through the water as if she were on land, you can see that she is trapped beneath the water's surface.
It's like where he looks so across the looking for her on the land, expectant, but then when realizing where she is, he finally breaks free from his spot as he walks closer to the bank as he'll stare down into the water to see her.
Bradley, get the baby. I can't reach him.
Ray, we gotta pull him back.
I will do the same thing that Forge just did to me and grab him, and I'm going to return the slap in favor.
I will give you an assist, my friend.
All right, on this, I'm going to need opposing strength and athletics checks.
I'm glad you already know what I'm about to do.
Raymond, you do get the bonus die from Delphine's assistance.
Five successes, no crits.
Believe in you, Ray.
Six with a crit.
Okay. So Bradley, as you reach out to the water to grab Lila's hand, who is pressed up against the surface of the water's edge,
Can't you hear him crying? He's crying for you, Bradley. He's crying for you.
and just as your fingers are just about to touch the water, you're yanked back onto the shore by Delphine and Raymond, and out of the water you see a blue-tinted, almost bloated hand come reaching out, snatching at the air as to where your hand was. And as you look back, it's not Lily as you remember her. It's the submerged, bloated, drowned corpse that is hissing and screaming for you to get the baby. What about the baby? Forged, I need you to make a composure and resolve check for me.
Yeah, I can see why. I can see potentially how. 2 successes.
Okay. Bradley, take 3 superficial willpower damage.
I might be slightly impaired now, taking a single ag willpower damage. And that's just like he's just opened his eyes wide, staring at essentially the corpse of his loved one, of the mother of his child, as he's still like trying to fight back, like not as hard obviously, but still like trying, as weird as stupid as it may be, like to get to her still, even with this form, just to like try and get back over to her. He's like, get off me! I need to make sure she's okay. I can let her know what happened. Get off of me.
Like, this is where the slap comes in.
Okay. Since you did win the roll, composure, I will allow the slap to happen. No damage exchanged, since that was not the intent.
It hit across the face. Just fuck. Just Ray, what are you doing?
You just said that the spirits here are going to mess with us and try and stop us from accomplishing our goal. And you're doing this.
That's
You
the
know
mother
that
to my
Brad-
child.
I understand. But you just went off on both me and Delphine about this. I understand that you want to save her, but you can't anymore. You know that, right?
Raymond, go ahead and give me a charisma and persuasion check.
I think like when you say that, you can't save her, she's dead. Like that truly, that hits something really, really deep in his heart right now.
7 with a crit.
Okay. The difficulty was 3. The amount he missed the resolve check by. So, yeah, you're able to kind of shake him out of it. That it isn't real. That it isn't what he hopes or wished it could be.
Yeah, like you say that, and you're like, the shaking him a little bit, getting him more centered in his body. Like his eyes kind of go back to normal, like realization hits as he fully comes to understand. You're right. She is dead. And he'll calm down as he doesn't force you off him. He just waits as he says, "Thank you. I don't know what came over me. I won't go by the water. You can let go of me."
I'll let go a little hesitantly, but I will stand on his left side closest to the water to try and act as a barrier.
Okay.
As Ray's got this mostly handled, she does still have her arm grabbing Forge's arm too, but like she is glaring daggers at this. Honestly, this is a wraith in the water. It looks exactly like one. It's vindictive right now, and she can't help herself. She growls. Like it's a little bit of a rumbly growl in her chest. And it's not to bolster Forged in any way, but she's using the gift I've learned recently, the strength to endure, which temporarily scares off death.
Okay. Is there a roll associated with it?
There is. It's a resolve and an honor roll, but there's no cost.
Yeah, go ahead and roll it then.
That will be a brutal.
Okay. What are your verbs and adverbs?
Contemplatively, intuitively, and ritualistically, scout, deliver, sabotage.
I'm going to say that deliberately sabotage. Yeah, that'll apply.
Okay, so then with that, it's 5, 6, 7. 7 with a crit.
Okay. The sound of crying stops. The sound of splashing stops. It all falls calm. Until
Hey kid. Look at you. Oof. Couldn't imagine this is what you'd turn into.
Red stands on the opposite bank, hands in his pockets, head tilted to the side, staring at Raymond.
He's still feeling it from seeing his squad mates, and then now seeing Red. That feeling is tripled. And I will just look at him, and I will just like take it all in, like him, like look at him.
I was fine with the idea that you'd pick Tampa as a new home. To give up leadership so easily, to get into bed with stargazers, to just throw it all away. Did you learn nothing from me? I know I wasn't the best, but I imagine something was supposed to stick.
Staring at him after a few seconds, I did give up being pack leader. I gave it up because of my actions, of my failures, and I accept that. But come to realize that being a leader and failing shows those that come after what not to do. And that through my failures, they can grow.
What about you? A good leader does acknowledge their failures, that's right, but they don't give up. They don't just let it be taken from them. They change, they grow, they adapt, and they move on, and they take those lessons with them. Do you really think that they're doing better without you as leader? Do you really think they're succeeding? One got kidnapped. Your cairn isn't open yet. You're possessed by a worm spirit. And your besties betting your pack leader. So it sounds like they're doing great without you at the helm.
You can shut the fuck up.
Nobody's talking to you, Walter White.
Shows what you know. Walter White didn't even do the meth.
Listen, kid. I thought I was doing all of you a favor by letting you go home and letting us go get ourselves killed, but now I'm kind of thinking it might have been better if you were there with us. Because, I mean, you at least would have died with glory. Maybe a little bit of honor. Now, the worm can just gobble you up. And see whatever makes it over to this side, if anything. If there's any side to return to, because probably won't be anything left once it's done.
Listening to all this and hearing him say everything, calling me out and listing not only the failures of myself, but the things the pack is going through, I want to respond. But then I do remember the last conversation I had with Red. And it wasn't when I was in hell, it was when Sean allowed me to speak to him from beyond. And this doesn't sound like Red. This isn't what I remember of him. He was proud of me. I did lose leadership. I did give it up. But I have to work on myself before I can even think about even attempting to get it back. And I'm still working on that. So I'm just going to look at Red. Not how I remember him ever speaking. Not how I remember him ever treating me. And I'm going to attempt to just turn and walk away.
Who gives a shit what this skinned rabbit thinks? You're alive. Nice worm food.
I'll stop and I'll look down and where I don't know if I can see Hashkit right now being on this side.
I'd say no, but you know he's there.
I'll look down to where I know he usually, I air quote, sits. You don't have the right to speak ill of him. You don't know him. You don't know what he did for me. You don't know what he taught me. So please keep your words to yourself.
Give me a manipulation and intimidation.
Can I argue charisma or intimidation?
Sure, why not?
Two successes.
You're right. Sorry. I just feel you bristle, and I bristle.
I'll just kind of ignore him and just attempt to move on.
Give me a composure and resolve check yet again, as Red says.
Raymond, I'm disappointed in you.
I'm going to spend a willpower. 4 successes.
You take 1 point of superficial willpower damage, but you are able to continue moving onward. As you journey further upstream, the last image is of 2 adults side by side. One, a man looking as prim and proper as can be. The other, a woman looking like she is ready to go out on the town for the evening. Delphine's parents.
She'll stare at her parents and just... Shouldn't you be deeper in by now?
We were waiting for you. What we said was true. We want to be a family again.
It's not gonna happen. I'm not here for you.
But it could. It could happen. Right now. If you choose to cross, we can be together. Whatever pre-existing arrangements you have, there's a clause to that, and this is it. Delphine, let us show you everything we meant to show you in life and never did. We thought we were doing right by you, and we were wrong. And now, we could have eternity.
She pauses and just stands at the bank, staring, not looking at them, but just staring at, like, ahead. And she'll say to them, "You did the things you did because you thought you were doing it for me, to give me and us a life of comfort. The inheritance you left me was not just what was in your will. It was what you did. Gaia chose me for a reason. And now I have to do right by inheriting the legacy of fixing all the harm you did. Whether it was your intention or not, it's what I have to do now."
The best thing that we can do for you is keep you from pain and suffering. There is so much suffering coming, Brianna. So much. And it's going to hurt. And it's going to take and take and take and take. That longing you feel for what was lost, it's only going to grow. Because one day, it's going to be him. And him. One day, it's going to be Jordan. Because she doesn't care. She doesn't stop. She only inflicts suffering. And death. And doom. And whatever resources we left you won't help you.
This isn't about helping me. This is about helping everyone else.
Look at all of those you've seen upon this shore. Every single one of them died helping others. And every single one of them stands here suffering.
And yet you promise, as she turns it to them now, and yet you say that you would spare me the suffering here, but you would just bring me to a place of even more suffering.
No. Together we can move on. Our greatest unfinished business, Brianna, is you.
And then I'll have regret. I'll suffer. You'll be fine. But I will suffer. Regret for abandoning my friends. Regret for abandoning the people I swore to help. Regret for abandoning a place that I want to protect. I'm not going to do that.
I don't know how much time we'll get. I don't know what'll happen when they win. I don't know what'll be left. Are you willing to sacrifice any chance, any time with us?
I already did.
I know. And it broke our heart.
I have to do right by this place, by Gaia. I thought I was a mistake. I have to show myself and everyone that I was not. I have to lead my friends, my pack, into what's coming. And if I die, I die. But at least I'll have died fighting.
For what? Gaia's already dead.
No. I've felt her heartbeat. She's alive.
And we'll never see each other again. Ever.
Sorry.
Delphine, roll me a composure and resolve.
Oh my god, the dice are telling a story tonight. That is another 7 with a crit.
Okay. You take no superficial willpower damage. This was probably one of the easiest that you've had to face because you already said your goodbye. You were already settled on the idea that you were never going to see them again because you had bound yourself to the cairn. You had bound yourself to Gaia fully and truly. Because, yes, Turtle is the one responsible for that cairn. Yes, the Croatan were the ones who built it. But what are they other than instruments, tools of Gaia? Just like all Guru are, just like all patrons are. They don't put up a fight. They just turn and walk back into the woods, disappearing from sight. After another while of walking, you're not sure how much. There is the crossing. It looks like a dock of wood, the paint having peeled away from it and chipped and flaked. The wood itself looking somewhat rotted, but still somehow stable. And there is the line. The line of souls waiting to cross. Most of them you don't identify. Most of them you don't know. Except for one. Jacob Fletcher. stands in line, waiting.
It's just staring at him. Does he look like as he did when he died? This more grown, accelerated grown self?
Yes.
Yeah, both of you would see Forge just staring at someone I don't think either of you would recognize. Because I've seen pictures of him as he doesn't move once again. So he'll just very quietly say, "That's him. That's my brother."
Delphine will glance over at the individual that he's pointing out, and she has seen photos of him that Artie provided and that Charles provided. And she recognizes him and frowns a little bit, seeing him on this side of the river, just because it might be a little harder now for Forged. But she'll loop her arm through his. I got you.
He stands there kind of conflicted for a moment before he's just gonna start walking straight towards him.
Jacob turns his head to see you, and he's got the most like dull, crestfallen look upon his face.
Hey, bro.
Forge kind of just stands there staring at him. He still looks guarded. He's keeping himself on edge. Remembering where it's not showing your weakness, your enemies right now. As he, seems like he's looking for any sign to, I guess what he would describe as, the worm of evil within his brother right now. If he's just not saying anything just yet.
Give me a wits and insight.
You got it. Three successes.
You don't feel anything off about this spirit. No taint of the worm, no corruption.
It's really you.
Yeah. Hard to be angry when there's no body. Got $1? They don't let you cross if you don't have the fare.
I would assume, Forge probably has his wallet on him. It's something he carries around. You assume he would maybe, probably have $1, right?
So you reach down for your wallet and you pull it out. Jacob just shakes his head.
Not like that.
He then looks towards Delphine, who possesses the coins for the boatman.
Got $1?
She looks at Jacob and reaches into her pocket, and she'll pull out the 3 gold coins.
Two of them should do.
We need them to negotiate with the ferryman.
Just nods his head slowly and sadly.
And I guess I keep waiting.
Are you sure, Delphine, that we can't give him anything? He's here because of me. He's here because of everything that happened, and he's gonna look back to his brother, and I presume, is he like spectral looking, or does he look solid? Does he look like he's actual mass to him?
It's hard to say, to be completely honest. It's kind of looks like a state in between both.
His eyes are teared up now. He's gonna go in for a hug with his brother.
You actually do make contact, but it's cold. It's so cold. Go ahead and make me a stamina and resolve check.
You got it. Oh, brutal outcome. Let's see. Remember my verbs: bluntly, courageously, relentlessly, infiltrate, pilfer, witness.
Nope.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So, we're going to start with 1 aggravated damage. Physical.
We're gonna start with that. All right.
As the cold grips itself onto you, he doesn't wrap his arms back around you. He just kind of stands there with his arms at his side, allowing you to pull him into the hug.
I'm sorry, Bradley. Sorry for what I did. It gets inside of you and it just eats you up. Pushes into all your insecurities and all your angers and all your frustrations. They told me the only way to feel better, the only way I could make it right, was to take from you what I never got. Life. A lot of good that did.
Forged, you need to let him go.
Forged will not listen and hug him tighter as he'll say, "It's okay, Jacob. I've never blamed you. I've only blamed myself. I love you so much, and I miss you, and I'm so sorry about everything that happened. And if I could, I would change everything that I did just so I could have you back again."
Take another point of aggravated damage.
I love you too, bro. You never had a chance. They grabbed me as soon as I stepped foot out that door. Rick grabbed me as soon as I stepped foot out that door.
Delphine goes rigid hearing that.
Or just still not letting go. He's squeezing now even harder. He's so, there's so much anger now welling up in him, but also this desire to protect. It's a weird mix of this sense of a brother who never accomplished his duty for his younger brother, and now finally having this moment where they can have some sort of catharsis, some sort of talk, an actual talk from person to person. he doesn't want to let that go, even if it may hurt him really badly. Yeah.
Can we see it? Like, is it like, is his skin like, is it like the cold like creeping on his skin or something?
The color is draining from Forged skin for sure. Like he's starting to turn blue a little bit the longer he holds on. Speaking of which, take another physical aggravated damage.
At this point, Ray is gonna step forward and put his hand on Forge's shoulder. Forge, just like you told me, you can't save them all. But you can't avenge him if you kill yourself in here.
Just a little longer, please.
No.
It's okay, bro. One day, I'm sure we'll meet here on this dock. Just make sure to bring a little extra change with you if you could.
Jacob, step away, please. I can cross over when I need to. I will bring you a coin, but you need to step away from him right now before you kill him.
Where would I go?
I think at this point he will finally relent. His arms are probably free. It's almost to the point where it's actually difficult for him to even remove his arms because they're almost like frozen in place with how cold they are. But he eventually forces them to release enough so he can take a step back, his arms stiff and almost, devoid of color.
Give me a strength and resolve for that.
Oh, yep, you got it. I got a little too ahead of myself there.
I appreciate the idea, but there is a test involved.
4 successes.
Okay. Take 2 more physical aggravated damage as your arms just kind of like hair pulling away. The cold is inside of you now.
Can I come forward and cast and do Mother's Touch on him?
Yeah.
I lose a rage. Three successes?
I have 3 rage currently.
So
I have to meet it?
I think you have to, let's see.
It would also be reasonable to assume my rage might have gone down with emotional
It
catharsis.
has to
Actually, probably not.
exceed the rage.
Yeah, so yeah, if you believe your rage would have gone down because of it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I do think his rage would have. If they came into it expecting something bad, like it better still be worm tainted, but to have this moment, and the cold probably doesn't help a lot for the rage, I think does genuinely help him calm down and have this cathartic release of emotion, some sort of actual resolution and forgiveness from his brother.
And you can heal 1 ag.
Thank you.
Okay. So Jacob gives a weak, soft smile and then turns, looking back towards the dock, falling into the same kind of still, almost statuesque form that most of the spirits take. What do you do?
I'm going to look at my pack mates and I'm going to Are they like waiting like on the like in line at the dock, or waiting just like they haven't gotten on the dock?
They can't get on the dock. Most of the ones here don't have the fee to cross.
I'm gonna give a coin to Ray and I'm gonna give a coin to Forged and step onto the dock.
As you step onto the empty dock, it feels like an eternity waiting. Just the stillness and quiet of everything. I need everyone to make a stamina and resolve check because the cold has gotten worse.
It got much worse for me. I feel like we already kind of got there. I got you. Oh my god, 7 with a crit. Fuck
You're
yeah,
fine.
the cold ain't infected me. I already got the most cold. The one for my interaction.
I spent some willpower and got 3.
Huh. Ray?
I got a brutal.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure my my adverbs and verbs do not apply to this.
Probably not. So that is a total failure. Okay. So, Delphine, take 2 aggravated damage from the cold. Raymond, take 5 aggravated damage from the cold. Are you still standing?
I have 6 boxes, so I am good.
All right. You feel as this cold seeps in. At first, it's painful, but then it's very numb and calming. And you almost feel the beginning of an out-of-body sensation, as if you're being pulled towards the river, as if you're being pulled towards the other side, but you are still in your body. You're still in your feet, and you maybe lean a little bit before correcting yourself, realizing what's happening, that the numbness, the comfort that you're feeling is anything but that. It's lulling you.
I will turn to Delphine, looking a little out of it. How much longer do we have to be here? This isn't good anymore.
I'm gonna do Mother's Touch on him.
Huh?
Succeeded on the rage check. What's your rage at?
3. And unless does it go up from ag?
I'm going to say not, because this wasn't physically provoked. It was just kind of the overall effects of dying.
Spends another willpower, and I got 4 successes.
Yeah, so you can heal 1 ag. At this point, you hear the splashing of the river as a boat glides across the surface, the splashing primarily coming from the large post that is being planted into the river's surface. As the boatman draws closer, you can hear the spirits behind you starting to call out, plead, beg, wail to be allowed aboard, be taken away from this place, to be allowed to move on. But the individual standing on the boat, steering it, paddling along, isn't what you imagined. You usually imagine like a black cloaked figure. No, this one is in pure, almost radiant white. They wear a wide brimmed hat over their head, a long, almost duster that goes down to their knees. And at first, it's hard to see their face because their head is bowed. as they paddle along, but as the boat draws near and they step closer to the dock's edge and lift their head, it's just a skull. I need everyone to make a composure and resolve check, as it is a terrifying sight to behold. One not meant for the living, ever.
If only actually dying helped here. Dang it. 3 successes.
3 successes?
Six with a crit.
Raymond, you're fine. The other two, however, are each going to take 2 superficial willpower damage upon the sight of him.
You have the thing, but you are not dead. What brings you to this shore?
You have possession of something that doesn't belong to this plane.
You see a spark of fire enter into the empty sockets.
Who are you to say what belongs and what doesn't, meatbag?
I am a silent strider of the Garu. I am gifted with the ability to walk here and speak here. And I say you have a pot with you shards of a soul that belongs to Turtle, even in death.
Why isn't Turtle here to come and take it?
Because you know as well as I that Turtle cannot walk here.
Does it really belong to him?
Three shards. I don't even have a whole soul.
Only 3?
He then lifts up the scythe off of the boat's surface and pounds it down upon the boat's edge, and you can hear it sounds like a crack of thunder ringing out. And off the blade of the sickle hangs 5 shards.
Binders. Confirms.
Not how it works. Not with souls.
This isn't a soul, you said so yourself. Piece of a soul.
Did the soul? Did those pieces each have a coin for the ferryman? They couldn't cross over if they didn't have coins. You'd have to abandon them on the shore.
It is a spirit that has forsaken the natural order, just like yours.
How am I forsaking the natural order if I have been gifted this ability by what is part of the natural order?
That which rejects death is unnatural.
I don't reject death. I seek to take the shards back so that they may be reunified with each other to form the soul so that it may move on to where it's meant to be.
Your negotiation skills are lacking. little girl.
The price to take a soul over to the other side of the river is 1 coin per soul.
2.
2 coins per soul. But you just said that the shards that you have do not count as a soul. And we have 3 coins to give you for those shards.
Does one of you wish to cross? That is the price. The cross. Not come back.
She's scrambling in her brain, trying to think of something to give him. And she realizes something and looks at him. What if we bring more souls in exchange for those?
How do you intend to do that?
Where we're from, something is killing and leaving the bodies abandoned in the sewers. I would imagine that those souls are not very keen on moving on yet.
I didn't ask which, I asked how.
We eliminate the leech, and that should make them move on.
You really think it's that simple? Owl has taught you nothing.
She flinches at that because she feels that hard.
Forge at this point will speak up. Then we'll just do what needs to be done for them to move on. We'll figure it out with each of them, and we'll pay you with their souls.
Like you did for that one?
And he lifts a finger, a long bony finger, and points at Jacob.
We're not here talking about that soul, we're here talking about those souls.
You can't make promises you can't keep.
Who's saying we can't?
These shores are littered with the ones you kill. Some I could take, some I couldn't. You are promising deliverance. But I'll make you a deal. 5 shards, 5 souls. Fail to deliver them, and I will take my 5 from you.
There's only 3 of us here.
And I suppose, leader, you're making the deal for the others too.
We just don't fail then. We can't consider failure, because we can't just let this go. You know we came here to do this, Delphine.
She looks at the shards on the scythe, and she knows that this was the one thing that Jace asked her to do. That she knows that the pack, their pack, Jester, Aspen, all of them, they're not going to be able to feel closure until his spirit is back and it's where it's meant to be, at the cairn. And she looks at him pleadingly. I can't swear other souls that aren't here in negotiations. But please, just let us bring him back where he belongs.
He belongs here.
He belongs with his pack at the cairn. I promise, I will help the souls that have suffered from those leeches in the sewers. But you cannot ask me to promise souls that are not here to agree to this.
I'm charmed by souls. You collect them, or I do. Or you could take the 3 until I find the others.
Said you could take the 3 until you find the others?
3 souls you can agree to here on this dock.
Delphine, I don't think you can negotiate out of this. This is the deal that the dead make. You can try to finagle, you can try to figure something out, but I don't think you can really bargain with death.
You're so confident, child of Owl. 5 should be difficulty.
She'll look to him, a little disappointed in herself right now, but she'll nod. Fine. Just give him back.
He extends a long-fingered, bony hand.
She'll feel a chill go down her spine just because she's still not overseeing his face, but she will lift her hand and shake on it.
Math record 5 souls before the new year begins.
Okay.
He then offers out the scythe to you, to which the spirit shards dangle.
You can collect them with this. But be aware, it was never meant to be wielded by the living. No, it will
she'll stare in shock just being offered this scythe, but she will reach out and she'll put her hand on the staff of it.
As you take the scythe, it's so cold. But almost at first contact, you can hear the howls and screams and cries of those that it has reaped before. You know that each time you use this scythe, it is going to cost an aggravated health and willpower damage.
Okay.
Good luck.
She's shaking at from the cold as she's holding onto this, and will did the rings come through, the iron rings, since they're technically talons?
I thought you'd left them behind.
No, I left the
case.
used ones behind.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Okay. Yeah, I left the ones that already had shards in case we don't come back. So then I'll have the 5 in my hand and will start heading back with my pack to try to negotiate these in. But if we're as we're leaving, getting off the dock, would I still have the coins?
No.
Damn it. Okay.
God, Davey took our money and we had to do all that shit. What the fuck?
When you make
What
a
if I
deal with
had it,
death, it's hardly fair.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I'm going to take us to a spot where we can cross back.
Yeah, go ahead and make the roll for Rite of Shadow Passage.
I think before we fully leave, just Forge will take a look back to Jacob and just say, I'll come back for you. One way or another. Meet again.
Okay. Don't forget the last time we were parted. How long it took after you left me then.
7 successes.
Okay. Raymond, is there anything you were about to do before you transitioned over? Okay. Never has the incoming warmth felt so welcome. As death washes off, as the cold melts away, the warmth crawls up through your limbs, your fingers, across your face. But for some of you, that deep chill in your very core won't wear off so easily. The Shadowlands is a place not meant for the living. To walk upon those shores, to stare across that river, is to do so at your own peril. And to see the face of death, the face of what lies beyond. It's not like seeing a bright white light. It's not like hearing the voices of your loved ones. It's just the darkness and the cold. And a wait upon a dock for a boatman to come. Beyond that, who knows what awaits on the other side. But if your experience is any indication, it's not very good. this is where our story comes to a close this evening. But not without one last scene. Our final scene takes us to a house in Michigan. A house where a family unknowingly goes about its business, unaware of all the things it's lost, unaware of the memories that have been stolen from it, unaware of the encroaching darkness. As they go about their life, happy, unlike before, the Fletchers are surprised by a knocking at the door. As they head to the door to open it, there stands a man with long, sandy blonde hair, a beard. Rick stands in the doorway. Have you heard the good word? He says. And that's where our scene comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody watching at home. Go follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media down below. Follow the Discord to join our amazing community and sign up for the Ko-fi where you can get extras like behind the scenes and the Rosebud Thorns for this very session, as well as much more. So go sign up for that and go support this channel, this program, this community, all of it through our Ko-fi. This week, we have a new episode of Red Tide Rising on Sunday, where the coterie goes to the Elysium to square off with Edward Bateman. And then we've got a new episode of Rage Across Tampa on Tuesday. And we'll be back with Hellhounds for the fallout of the Shadowlands next week. For these amazing players, I'm Kent. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time.